This is more than a competition. It is a war where the warriors risk it all. They fight like there's no tomorrow. This is the sound of South Asia, live on the PUBG Mobile Esports official YouTube channel.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Fall Season Grand Finale, finally here, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, day number 2 all set to begin, with the first day being very intense. We all saw what happened yesterday. The first 3 games going to the players of IHC Esports, to the point where Necro gave them a new name, Inhuman Competitors. But Necro, in the next 3 games, they failed to finish beyond the 13th position. They got eliminated. Like, the best game they had was the last one after that, which was them getting eliminated on the 13th with just 2 elimination points. And yeah, the crash after the first 3 games was pretty drastic. But
listen, man.
Yeah.
Listen, okay, I'm sorry to cut you off. It's all planned. Trust me. It's all planned. It's okay. Trust me, it's all planned. They've planned this out perfectly. They know they don't want to go too ham inside the lobby. They don't want to win all the 5 games. So just win the first 3. Let the other people think, oh, okay, the downfall is coming. The inconsistency is hitting. And then in day 2, once again, back-to-back 3 chicken dinners. Watch. It's going to happen.
I mean, it's going to be intense if that happens. If we get to witness a hat trick.
If it does, though, actually, imagine.
Although, I do agree with Necro. I mean, we've seen, like, behind the scenes, the players of IHC training their mental. I mean, a lot of psychology training happening right before the event was set to begin. Yeah, like, taking things to a whole other level. And it is important to keep your morale strong, to keep the mental strong. Because when you look at the prize pool, you get distracted. $150,000 on the line. The winner walking away with $10,000, and the top 10 teams qualifying for the PMPL South Asia Championship.
I mean, of course, that's a lot of money on the line, and we were speaking about how the pressure is going to be there. And day 1, it did seem like a lot of teams were actually in that pressure. And some of the big names like Godlike Stalwart were not able to perform, Johnny. And even in their worst day, they were still somewhere seen in that top 4 or top 3, which is quite impressive, honestly. But what we're waiting for is the true form of Godlike Stalwart. Once they do hit the peak, I want to see which team will be giving them a tough competition. Right now, it seems like IHC can be the one, and High Voltage as well are really close. But oh boy, we're just getting warmed up here. Trust me.
Well. I mean, as you said, we are getting warmed up. But so the teams. I mean, because we did see kind of a very consistent run. We keep talking about IHC, but I want to talk about High Voltage sitting on the 2nd position, just a few points shy of being first. 8-point deficit against IHC. The Warriors did really well for themselves yesterday. They're sitting on the 3rd position. We expected Godlike Stalwart to dominate, get a lot of elimination points. But they really, I mean, after that first few games, they were hardly present. I mean, in the middle of the fights, they were trying a little bit more to just try and survive to the late game stages. Get those placement points first, and then try and see if they can walk away with those elimination numbers. But we did see them finish the day on the 4th position. And talking about the rankings of the teams, we do have the overall rankings on our screens now, ladies and gentlemen. Train to Kill, that last game, that last match performance was so incredible. The 7th position jump that we saw from them, just barely breaching the 5th position marker, where we do have DEADEYES guys on the other side with 102 points, Train to Kill 92. So it is quite close, the rankings still. With 1 game, we can see even Elementrix drop in themselves inside the top 4.
Exactly. I mean, as you said, Elementrix too, there is a chance if they have a solid game, they will probably be breaching inside the top 4. There's not a lot of points gap, as you guys can see. I mean, as I said, the first half of the board is going to be really fragile, really sensitive, easy to breach in, but hard to maintain. But on the other hand, the latter half of the board as well is going to be a lot of surprises for a lot of people in general. WIZZES Club, Skylightz Gaming, a team that we expected to perform day 1, not that good of a day. And as long as you are having a good start, everything can be good. But if you're not going to have a good start, day 2 is going to be really important because it's the middle day, and middle day is usually considered to be the day of comebacks.
Well, yeah. We always talked about this. We talked about this yesterday as well. There's the opening day, then there's the day of comeback, and tomorrow is going to be complete, unadulterated chaos inside of this lobby. But today,
Yeah.
I mean, I want to see what Gremlin Storm will be up to. As mentioned, WIZZES Club as well. I mean, we've seen the run that these teams have had during the league stages, and now in the finals, it's time to display what exactly they are made of. Yesterday, we were also discussing at the end of the day that 1952 is one of those teams who are getting a little bit well, they are getting left behind the rest of the competition, but it's a new day, it's a new start. Maybe we're going to see some new signs of life from them.
Maybe, man. 1952 being on the 16th spot, it's of course not going to help. It's not going to help them a lot, you know, but still, as we do know, there is a chance for comeback. We said it's the day 2, and in day 2 is pretty much a glimmer of hope for all the teams that are not doing that great to try and pull something back, because of course you will be having that pressure. You will be feeling that. If day 2 slips away, day 3 is pretty much a do or die for you. At that point, it's either, even if one game is screwed up, you're not going to be able to do anything. That's it. That's done. At that point, you might as well just start griefing the people's game that you don't really like inside the lobby. I mean, that's what I just gonna say it. I want to see some hard drops right off the bat on day 3, man.
I mean, I'm pretty sure your wishes are going to be granted, Necro. But for now, let's have a look at the MVP rankings. We do have Prabeen sitting on the first position with 11 eliminations upon him, 2,347 damage dished out, and the average survival time of 21 minutes and 29 seconds. And again, a reminder to our viewers that the MVP ranking does not only consider the eliminations that you get inside of the game. In fact, elimination numbers are the least of the priority for MVP. Major chunk of priority is given to the amount of damage you have dished out and your average survival time. It is 40% to damage, 40% to survival time, only 20% priority to your elimination numbers. That is the reason why Alex, even with 14 eliminations, is sitting on the second position and not the first.
Exactly. It's pretty much the consistency. It favors the consistency, how consistent a player is. And Alex yesterday definitely had quite a decent day. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense too why he's sitting up there on the MVP ranking on the second spot. But what I'm really surprised is that we're not seeing some of the players from the side of Godlike Stalwart in there. It's so it's so tough to I just like to see them in the top 3, man. And it's really tough to see them that not being there. But again, we still have other teams coming in, which are probably going to be Skylightz Gaming. As I mentioned, we still haven't seen Gremlin Storm perform at their best, perform at their peak, and we know even what Gremlin Storm is capable of at the same time. Now, as you do have the comparison between High Voltage and IHC, as you mentioned, yeah, the first 3 games were just a complete rocket start. Later on, the downfall was seen from the side of IHC. The consistency wasn't there, but then High Voltage, this team is when they started picking up a lot of pace, and they pretty much got themselves on the second spot with 141 points, only 7 points separating them.
Well. I mean, yeah, 8 points separating them. And I mean, it is going to make the entire run today a lot more interesting and a lot more intense because, well, 8 points between IHC and High Voltage, and the way High Voltage have been playing, I think there is no telling where this team will go. And imagine, Necro, if at the end of it, when the dust settles, High Voltage are the ones holding the trophy. With how the matches are going, how this team has performed during the league stages as well, I think that might actually be a possibility that everyone, us, the viewers, all of us, will have to consider that High Voltage is a team capable of winning this PMPL South Asia.
Of course. I mean, High Voltage, we have to see throughout this team over the years, and one thing they have never left out the banner is the activation. These banners represent this organization always have those 4 individual players who are really good when it comes to the tactical approach. And well, if you have a man like Assassin as well, then you don't really need to worry about the firepower too, because Assassin is really an incredible fragger in general. We have seen Assassin in the past too under the banner of Carnage, and he was of course just spreading complete carnage back in the day. But as the comparison is clearly seen here too, Johnny, not a lot of difference, even though the players of IT were just going ham in the first 3 games, but still High Voltage. In the latter 3 games, they managed to catch up.
Well, yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, I mean, it was the 3 games after the first 3. It was match number 4, 5, and 6 where High Voltage were able to establish themselves and bring themselves in a fighting position against the players of IHC. So it is massive pop-ups from one team, and then next level consistency from the other. But on the other side, we do have the players, the lads from the side of Train to Kill. Now, again, we have talked about the sort of expectations that were there from them before this PMPL began. Literally, in the words of Ansh, this was the team that was set to win it all. They were the best Nepal had to offer. But turns out High Voltage were hiding quite a lot compared to them.
They were. I mean, sometimes, man, I'm telling you, some of the teams are just aiming for the bigger prize over here. They're just thinking out the bigger picture, and this is what probably High Voltage were doing. But unfortunately, T2K, what must have happened is T2K performed really well, really phenomenally in the previous tournaments, and maybe they probably gave away their playing structure. Maybe they probably gave away their strategies, and that's why inside the PMPL they're getting kind of countered easily too. So T2K really needs to start switching things up, and they need to find a new way to play. But still, yesterday was not that bad of a day. As you said, 7 position leap. That's a massive leap from the side of T2K. Now we're just waiting for them to actually start performing consistently as well. Because if you do take a look at the performance they showcased yesterday, I mean, the only game that was really good for them was 3 and 6th, which is pretty much the 3rd and the 6th game. So again, later after that, we did not see any consistency in any of the games. So they are just in the top 7 with just those 2 games itself.
I mean, and that sort of also again showcases what the impact was for everyone else because of what IHC had pulled off in the first 3. Because what happens is if a team consistently does well, there will be a vacuum of points. And we will understand the maths behind it all. But right after we have a look at the trailer of the new episode of Ladies and Gentlemen, F in the chat. Here we go.
So सम्झाउन गाह्रो हुन्छ स्पेशली ठ्याक्क एक्सिडेन्ट भएको त्यो एक्सिडेन्ट मैले आई लस्ट माई फिङ्गर फलोवर्सहरू सपोर्टर्सहरू भयो जसरी पाएँ डाउन द रोड म एउटा न एउटा केही न केही त निकाल्छु जे होस् म अहिले जहाँ छु एकदमै ह्याप्पी छु मलाई चाहिँ एउटा अपर्च्युनिटी के पायो भन्दाखेरि मलाई जसरी फाइदा हुन्छ मलाई जसरी लाइफले आई मिन यो हुन्छ नि स्पोर्ट्सबाट मैले के गर्न सक्छु भन्ने कस्तो भन्दाखेरि बच्चैदेखि मलाई फेमस हुन मन लाग्ने भनौँ न यस्तोलाई सोचेँ हो त भने नि मिस्टर माथि थप्यो अगाडि
Well, here we are again. Again, F in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. New episodes are going to be out, I believe, every single week for you guys. And it is going to be quite wonderful if you guys go ahead and check out the new episodes, check out the previous episodes as well. And do make sure to like and share it among your friends. Also, F in the chat if you are supporting this new initiative that's there. Because it is quite entertaining content that the lovely folks over at Crafton have and Tencent have sort of initiated for you guys to enjoy at home. But you know what else we enjoy? The matches that we have to witness. And again, it is a similar schedule like yesterday. We're going to be starting our journey off on the map of Miramar, match number 7 of the grand finals, followed by Sanhok. Then we have Erangel, and then the repetition happens. We have Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel again.
Yeah, same schedule pretty much that we saw yesterday. So nothing really changed over here. We're going to kick things off with Miramar, then of course end things on Erangel, as we like to end things, of course. And now it's been like a new tradition. Now we'll start things on Miramar all the time. Probably that's how the schedule is going to be like. So again, Miramar start has definitely been quite interesting, considering Miramar is considered to be one of the slowest maps possible, and start is of course quite slow. But yesterday we didn't see that, right? Yesterday I would say the games were quite chaotic, especially in the mid-pack as well. And we all love chaotic games, let's be honest. Currently, I'd say sitting at the top, as you do take a look at the teams to watch, Skylightz Gaming on the first, of course. Skylightz Gaming have been really phenomenal on the map of Miramar. But what we need to take a look at is how DRS are going to be performing in this one too. Because DRS, again, even though they have done really good, they are still sitting inside top 6. But the way DRS performed in the league stage, I want to see a little bit of glimmer of that.
I mean, I do agree with that to a certain extent, because I mean we have not really seen DRS
Yeah.
Like the first week run that they had in the league stage, that was incredible. Next level consistent. Second week we saw them be a little bit more aggressive, but in the grand finals, I mean, the start has been a bit slow.
Yeah.
Even though they are in the top 6, I think if
Yeah, they
this continues, it is going to be quite interesting to see where they finish off. But talk about finishing off, Necro. Yesterday, 6 games, you and I did not get a single prediction right. What about today? Can we move forward? Rashmi, by the way, is sitting at 12th position, so 12
What?
correct predictions. Yeah, he is way
Yo,
ahead of
checking
us.
PC, man. Checking PC. He's cheating. He's cheating.
He doesn't have a PC. They sit there without a PC.
Check him headphones. Someone's giving him info, man.
All right, what is your
Swear to God.
prediction, though? What are we predicting right now?
What am I predicting? What do you mean? What are we predicting? What am
What are
I
we
predicting?
predicting?
You are not copying me, Johnny, okay? I need to move forward.
You and I, we work together now. We are one.
No.
Yes, look at
Do
me.
I look here?
Look at
Yeah,
me,
I
yes.
look here.
Look me in the eyes. It's you.
What, bro? Bro, what?
Or what is our prediction?
What is my prediction gonna be? Dude, we're stupid, man. We're actually stupid. But yeah, well, my prediction for the first game, Godlike Stalwart. Let's get it, man.
All right.
I think so. They're gonna kick things off on a great note in Miramar, as they like to do.
Well, yeah, if you are going to go with Godlike Stalwart, I think I would love to see what DE Warriors are capable of. I would love to see them be a part of contention. So let's do this. Let's get the teams on the 3rd and the 4th position up quite close to the top 2 as well and make this fight for the trophy a little bit more interesting today. And hopefully that happens a little bit sooner. But ladies and gentlemen, you guys can let us know what you think is going to happen inside of the matches. Support your favorite team, support your favorite players in the chat, and show some love to each other as well. Do spam some hearts if you want, along with the names of favorite players, along with the names of favorite teams. But with that being said, it is going to be Miramar, the first map, and as Necro said, his prediction is going to be Godlike Stalwart. They do in fact, they have delivered in the past quite a strong performance on this particular map.
What did you predict?
D Warriors is my prediction.
D Warriors, okay. In the top 3, of course, so doing pretty okay for themselves, honestly, and they're really close. I mean, not exactly that close, but decently close to the players of High Voltage. One single good game should propel them on that 2nd spot, or even if High Voltage is able to keep the consistency flowing, then DEW will need a solid performance to just break through that barrier. But if you speak about, okay, now we've spoken about all the top teams, right, Johnny? Let's speak about the hidden talent in here that is still not able to perform, and I'm speaking about JyanMaara and MABETEX. And these 2 teams, they're well-experienced players, man, but they're still not able to play on 14th and 15th spot. This is not a place you want to be in. That's the grim zone right there.
I mean, definitely, it is a grim zone for MABETEX and JyanMaara, but I have to say there's one more team that we need to add to that list, and that is VENOM Legends, because even with a chicken dinner, even with a win in that 2nd last game yesterday, they are still part of the bottom 4 right now with just 72 points to their name. So they are getting left behind. I mean, majority of the teams who have won matches yesterday, apart from T2K, are within the top 3. High Voltage are there. They haven't won a single game yet, but they have managed to finish 3rd consistently twice. They have managed to top 4 finish once, and then there was the 4th game yesterday. You guys need to go back and watch that particular run from High Voltage. 15 eliminations and a top 2 finish. They were on fire in that matchup, and it was quite incredible, because before that we thought High Voltage, they were done. We thought the team that we saw during the league stage, it's not going to be there in the grand finals. High Voltage, they have fallen down. Their playstyle has completely been countered, but no, we couldn't be any wrong. And High Voltage, because of the consistent performance that they delivered, they have actually started to put a lot of pressure on the players of IHC now.
They have. As we said, they only need, what, 8 more points to try and topple over. 1 game should seal a deal. IHC, now again, as you said, the pressure's on them. If they are really looking to win this entire PMPL, then this game is going to be really critical and really crucial for them. But before we start, as we do take a look at the player camps, and every single player is ready, locked in, and loaded. And not just that, they're also looking good. With that being said, viewers, you guys too, I'm pretty sure you guys are looking cute and good too. So yeah, I love you guys, man. You guys are looking great today.
Well, everyone's looking great today. I think I look great today as well. Necro, so do you.
We all look great, man.
Everyone's
we all look
good.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Apart from this flight path, right down the middle.
I'm telling you, man, today's going to be a slow day. It's going to be a slow day. It's day 2. Everyone's going to play it so safe. It's going to be insane. We're probably not going to see any action in the first 11 minutes.
Let's see. I mean, 11 minutes, I think it's going to be a little bit longer than that. Minimum, it's going to be like 11 minutes, so I agree with you on that. But yes, this flight path, ladies and gentlemen, it is starting from the western side, headed towards the eastern side of the map, right down the middle, the west of Monte Nuevo, to just a little bit north of Impala. And since it is Miramar, I think this flight path does work out in the favor of every single team inside this lobby. A comfortable drop is going to be available to all the 16 teams. No one is going to be in a world of trouble, apart from, I believe, the players from the side of Skylightz Gaming, who do like to head towards the northern side. So I believe they're going to be headed towards Greater Field or La Cobriera, but quite close to the players of Raw. And would you look at that? Talk about a slow performance, talk about a slow map in the circle. Also not doing quite a lot in terms of forcing these teams to fight.
Speak about forcing these teams to fight. I mean, yeah, as expected, man. Look, the planned flat path was right down the middle. So, yeah, I don't think so many fights are going to be forced anytime soon. There are a couple of teams that are sort of close, but they will start to just take their own safe distance away soon enough, as we do hear the gunshots, though. And I love to hear those. Where exactly are those gunshots going on right now? You hear a couple of UMP being fired. Gremlin Storm as well is in a big split where Memo is all the way in La Benedita and the rest 3 players are all the way on the right side. This is going to be an interesting split the players of Gremlin Storm have, because if T2K, if they do realize that Memo is all by himself there, I'm pretty sure T2K is a team that will take a fight to him. So what sort of capitalization is going to be there from their side? I'm going to leave it up to them. But Skylightz Gaming too, going all the way up north towards La Cabrera. Now teams are just going to start to settle down.
Yeah. I mean, MABETEX, they hardly ever head towards the Los Leones position. This time deciding to go there. I wonder if WIZZES Club anticipated, because since the league stages are done, they don't have to worry about A1 and B giving them a lot of trouble on Miramar. And usually that would mean WIZZES Club completely isolated in Los Leones. But if MABETEX are there, that can change the equation for them. Also, Necro, as you mentioned, shots being fired. I believe it were the players of Godlike Stalwart just trying something cheeky against DRS. But DRS, they managed to survive. They managed to disengage from the situation.
No, I think so. It's just the classic ghost moment for them. You know, they just shoot in thin air.
Oh.
Try to warm up.
Well, on the map of Miramar, you wouldn't want to do that, because if you are out in the open and if you are caught warming up, that means you are getting shot in the face, going down. Yeah.
Technically, you are in Miramar. That means it's hot, deserty land. So you will be warmed up when you are out in the open. So you will need to be out in the open. Ooh, that's 200 IQ by me.
Yeah. Are you okay?
No.
I can tell.
It's hot, deserty lands of Miramar and icy melt.
I mean, yesterday was like completely different. Yesterday, icy was the
opposite.
one. Yeah, he was freezing everyone. Captain Gold. What was Laser up to? VENOM Legends, they don't have a lot of teams near them. I believe there might have been a little bit of a collision against their neighbors, Gremlin Storm, because Gremlin Storm headed towards Impala. That is where VENOM Legends like to start their own game. And maybe in the confrontation, Laser almost getting taken out. Does manage to survive, though. Does manage to stay alive for a little bit longer. But if we have the map in front of us soon, I think there's something very interesting happening. Gremlin Storm playing with a 3-1 split, and Memo right now is all the way towards La Benedita, while the rest of his team has literally just exited Impala at this moment. So there's a massive distance between the two units of the squad, and now Fear has split from the rest of his teammate, and he is moving towards Los Leones. So Gremlin Storm taking a lot of risk in this particular match, having isolated players all over the map.
I like how you said isolated players. So that means those are going to be isolated duels if anyone does want to take it to them. But as long as they're able to keep their identity anonymous, that will be a good thing for them. And I think so that's what the game plan is. The player in the front, which was Memo, he pretty much just secured a spot for the entire team, and now the entire team is going to start to push towards Memo. So at least they have a decent spot in the circle now. Elementrix too, if you do take a look at them, they're right in the smack center, and they're really spread out too. That spread out approach is definitely quite scaring me. I'm not sure how well that's going to work out if they do keep on spreading up like that, because DEADEYES guys and high voltage are really close. Maybe not high voltage, but DEADEYES guys is definitely really close. And even Gremlin Storm, they're moving closer and closer as time passes by. DEW still haven't moved. MABETEX in the front. Yeah, I can already tell this is going to be quite chaotic soon enough.
Ooh, Precious on the other side. DEADEYES guys. They see the buggy climbing up. Precious, you don't have anywhere left to go. True Love is going to try and shoot his tired, but no, Alrighty, they do get him on top. On the high ground is pretty OP. The man, once he gets his altitude, is unstoppable. But literally, DEADEYES guys, there's the first blood of the game for them. 1 point secured, quite easy.
Speak about things looking quite easy right now. MABETEX in the crosshairs of the players of IT, where IT, they're just got him locked in, but they're not able to find the connections. Leo's taken down a bit low. He's softened up, but nothing they can do and try and capitalize and get the knockout. Godless caught a little return fire onto himself. But MABETEX right now, they're just in a state of discomfort where they don't exactly know how to deal with this situation, because Godless is all by himself, creating a bit of problem. But something they can definitely work with. Oh, that was a nice little tap. MABETEX cannot afford to keep on peeking like this, because at this point, Godless is just trying to burn through the enemy meds. They're just pinning this compound. I mean, the compound the players of MABETEX have, it's honestly not that bad. At this point in time, teams are just waiting for the next circle to pop up on the screen, which will be doing so in 30 seconds.
Well, let's see, though. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we all expected a slow game. We are getting to see that, but now on our screen, stop from the side of Godlike Stalwart. It looks like Rules has been spoiled out. The shots from the Mini 14 are being fired, but the opposition is behind decent cover, so none of them connecting. And the zone shifting not too far away from the center. It looks like this is going to be headed towards either El Pozo or Monte Nuevo. This game, a massive cluster towards the eastern half of the map. As you guys can see it, Raw Official in a very good position since they have taken control of El Pozo area for themselves, managing to take control of the mountain between El Pozo just south of Crater Fields. The high ground advantage is going to give them a lot of information, so all of this is going to work out quite nicely for these lads.
Yeah, it's just a huge wave of vehicles moving in from the right side. ITC is all the way in the center. So they've found themselves in a good spot, at least for now. But ITC is not a team that likes to stay grouped up. So they will try to spread themselves out in the middle area. And that's what they're doing so far. Definitely spreading themselves up, trying to get a 2-2 split going. Making sure they have a lot of area covered in that initial area. And as soon as that does happen, the players of IC do find a knockout against the players of 1952, and the battle breaks down. 1952 stopped in the tracks with no other option left. They'll need to take this fight, and IC, they're really forcing them as well. IC getting shot at in the back, another teammate of 1952, and he's just trapped in the territory of 1952. Nowhere to go. IC will get dismantled.
Boy, not really a position we thought this is how this fight is going to go. Dante has been knocked out, though. Jax with the nade is going to try and see if he can catch Alex off guard, but no. Godless and Alex, they have to reposition. Demo on the other side, look in the back line, just trying to see if he find an opening against the players Devil Boy and Entry, while Dante is going for a revive on his teammate Jax and has brought him back into the fight. IHC in a 3v4 situation now. They are outnumbered, they are outgunned, but 1952, they have to be extremely careful. This is not going to be an easy fight for them to win. Oh, almost connecting, but no. Devil Boy managing to survive. Quite lucky with that.
The fights came down to a little stalemate where the players of IC don't exactly know now how to deal with the threat. And IC in the front. Yeah, with just a three-man squad. Now they don't want to lose out on any players as they've found the entry. And they really do want to apply a little bit of more pressure on that entry itself. So they have found some enough amount of time to just push on over. That's what Godless is doing. Punch boosting his way in, has no clue that Godless is right behind him. And he single-handedly just shuts down two of them. This man is a machine. And he's not going to stop anytime soon. A demon possessed. And this is where Alex should be able to clean it up. Alex peeks out and yeah. IC just easily mops him out the way. But unfortunately, they've got a casualty in the name of IC.
Oh boy. I mean, Demo. This was an interesting fight nonetheless. We expected, even though there was IHC 1952 had to face, they could have played around the numbers advantage and come out on top, but no. IHC just being the monsters that they are, go ahead and destroy 1952, completely picking them apart. Quite an easy revive on Demo, and moving forward, I think they will have to be extremely careful because the other fights won't be as easy. Gremlin Storm fair sees the lads from the side of MABETEX approaching, goes for the spray, and completely misses the opportunity to take down Wally, and that is going to be a very big mistake, the price for which is going to be, well, an early exit from the game. In fact, Wally along with his teammates, they are moving forward. Memo, he's gonna have to be extremely careful. Fair with an nade is gonna try and see if he can lob it close to the corner of the wall and pick off Wally, but no. Oh, Apex! Oh my goodness, how? Where did the shots come from?
Third party from the back, Johnny. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna sting like a bee. As the players of DEW now are in the back line, so now MABETEX are pretty much just pinned inside this house. They cannot even move out. They're being suffocated. Because even Gremlin Storm, they had a nice 2-2 split. Two players on the top providing that cover fire, while the two players that are inside the compound distracting them pretty well. Smoke walls being laid down as well. The pathway should be able to help them to force the fight against the players of Gremlin Storm. Unfortunately, the nade wasn't cooked to perfection. Will go down. Now MABETEX is just on a hunt. They're on the prowl looking for the final man, and they will. And they instantly shut him down. Two more to go. Gremlin Storm on the verge of getting eliminated.
Well, I mean, so close. Oh, look in the distance, though. D Warriors are bleeding as well. Now, that is something that we did not expect. But hey. Today, as we said, it is going to be a day of comebacks. And we are seeing an incredible comeback for the teams at the bottoms. Necro, you were talking about MABETEX before we started the day off as, I mean, a team that didn't perform yesterday, but you expected great things. I think they are delivering today. Have won at least 2 elimination points right now, and they do look pretty comfortable doing that. But look at this, the Warriors too focused on the players of IHC and now distracted by the players of MABETEX. Do get punished by high voltage. Nirzed was the man who was knocked out. It should be an easy revive for them, but they have to be extremely careful.
1952 already out the game, man, with only 1 elimination point. This is really going to hurt them for the future run, considering they are in the bottom position in the overall rankings of the grand finals too. So Yeah, 1952, not a start they wanted for the day two. Things are going to get even more intense as the day keeps on progressing on, but right now, high voltage. They've spotted out the players of Godlike Stalwart. Godlike Stalwart right now, they're looking pretty comfortable. Now as the next circle shift do coming through, you do see the players of Godlike Stalwart on the top right, playing on the edge. Gremlin Storm as well, with only 2 players alive, they will try to find themselves in a better spot, in a safer spot. But it's going to be really tough inside such a small circle to find a safe spot in general. So they will need to try and make something out of nothing. High voltage. They've got a decent compound. Nothing much to worry about the teams that are already in the circle. Elementrix on top of the hill. Over the players of VENOM Legends, where they're just sitting inside the house. And VENOM Legends, man, the confidence is definitely not looking that great. Uh-oh, JyanMaara getting taken down.
I think they can make it.
But,
yes.
Okay.
That's what I
Skylightz
was
Gaming.
waiting for. I mean, Skylightz Gaming. So it looked like JyanMaara might be in a world effort because from that angle, we thought, I mean, I know, Necro, we were thinking the same thing, that MABETEX is going to chime in and maybe the third party is going to finish off JyanMaara, right? But the thing is, MABETEX, I believe they are a little too distracted with what is going on inside the zone rather than right on the edge, right next to them. Which,
well, one thing I can say for sure, Johnny.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off. One thing I can say for sure, though, this game is going to be really chaotic soon enough because this circle is quite interesting.
Yeah, it is. I mean, because the first shift we did have towards the west, then the circle hard shifted towards the southeast, and now it is a central shift out in the open in the middle of nowhere. There's a massive hill towards the southeastern edge, and that is where teams are fighting for control. But other than that, it's just complete flat areas, and that is going to mean if the next shift happens towards the northern side of the map, then it is going to make the game a little bit more intense within the next 5 minutes, because teams will be forced to fight it out. There is absolutely no position where you can hide, nowhere you can run. You either win and survive, be the last team standing, or you get taken out instantly.
Speak of get taken out instantly, we did see the players of DEW bleeding out quite early inside the game, but it seems like they finally managed to claw their way back in this one. DEW, they're just accumulating a lot of vital information right now. And they are going to try to apply it soon enough. If the circle does play a big game against them, then that information will be utilized. DEW, though, right now, the main target is the players of WIZZES Club, and Domain is catching a lot of hurt on himself. He's softened up way too much. One more bullet, and that should be it for Domain. But the players of WIZZES Club, too, they're playing things quite safe. They don't want to overstep their boundaries just yet. DEADEYES guys as well against the players of T2K, as DEADEYES guys, even they themselves are in a big world of trouble. One player's went down, T2K, instantly they used that knockout to get away from that one. They do not want to challenge the fight. Instead, they prioritize positioning more. In a couple of seconds, we're about to see the next circle hit the deck as well, and that circle will be so crucial for all the team's fate, and it's going to center on up. Not a lot of cover to play around. MABETEX is the only team that has the best cover to play with, and this fight between the players of Elementrix and DEADEYES guys is quite scrappy.
But now what this means is the fact that teams are going to be pushing for that compound that MABETEX has under their control, and they are going to have to absorb a lot of pressure because of that. So let's see how long can they survive. On the other side, Elementrix against the players of DE, and DE Warriors in the distance are starting to fall. 2 players knocked out. In fact, sorry, 1 player. Steek was the man who was knocked out. Nirzed was just lying on the floor right there. Orange, he has his teammate getting shot at and getting finished off right behind him, but he has to worry about himself as well. On top, quite close to him, is trying to run away, but Orange is just going to run up the ridge and see if he can secure that elimination point for his team. Drives the buggy on. Oh, whoa, he's still alive.
Damn. What?
Unkillable. Invincible. That's what on top is.
Goddamn.
Also,
but right now,
Orange literally missed a free point right in front of him.
Speak about that. And DEADEYES, guys, yeah, the woes continue for them. Oh, this game is being quite tough, man. The survival game hasn't been on point for the players at DEADEYES, guys, because they're just getting shot at and contested from all the different angles. Now, even the players at DEW are looking to pounce on top of the players of WIZZES Club. And as WIZZES Club, they toss in a nade trying to stop him, as they do find the first knockout. Sneaks might just be the second one to go down, but no! Sneaks fails to defend. 2 more to go. DEW on the verge of collapsing. They might just get dismantled right in it, right here. But no, Slayer barely surviving on a sliver of health. He might just be able to stop it, but no. Even Slayer falls down. DEW somehow able to keep things together. But now the nerves might just start hitting them soon enough. Sneaks is still knocked out. Octopus really wants to clutch this one, but he cannot. Octopus put down in the grave as DEW, they come out on top.
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite intense to see how this is going to go. DE Warriors, as you said, they do come out on top, they do survive, but the job is not yet done. They still have to figure out a way to breach the edge, to breach the gatekeeper's protection of the zone. Oh, East, he does see Leo out in the open for a few seconds, but holds the trigger. Maybe the intentions are to stop MABETEX from entering the zone rather than force a fight against them. 9 teams remaining, 32 players still alive. We do have VENOM Legends now on our screen. Moving forward against high voltage. Frag Boy, there's one right next to you and one right behind you. Gets distracted, and the Warriors coming in with an incredible punish right there. In fact, it was the side of Gremlin Storm who was securing that knock. High voltage. Kind of a gift that has been given to them.
Yeah.
And on the other side, DRS versus Godlike Stalwart, ladies and gentlemen. The match, the fight between these two squads is done, and DRS are the ones who survive, who prevail. Godlike Stalwart getting eliminated on the 9th position in this game.
Speak of that, and I'm really worried about the players of VENOM Legends right now. They're inside a dip. Even the players of High Voltage can have a clear line of sight, and even the players of DEW will probably do. T2K in the front of High Voltage. And High Voltage to breach inside the circle, it's not going to be that tough of a task. VENOM Legends, they're on the verge of collapsing down, and 1 more to go, and that means the final nail will be put in the coffin. DRS against the players of Raw, as they are making quite a crucial rotation. And it's quite a desperate one as well, because Raw are left with no other option than to do that. And they finally do somehow pull it off as well, but unfortunately, they run into open arms of MABETEX, where they welcome them with a nice cooked nade. DRS and T2K, this fight's still going on as the players of DRS, they need to make it inside the circle. T2K holding a really important spot right now. Slipknot going for the res on the fallen players. Raw on the verge of getting eliminated. The Molotov is way too perfect. The Flames should be getting to them soon enough, and yes, they do. Raw, they are getting dismantled, and this should be it, and yes, it is.
Oh, wow, what a fight. And look at that, Leo! Almost connecting those shots. DRS, a little world of hurt they were. Now not anymore, I guess. MABETEX switching targets. T2K in the crosshairs. Volley. I was wondering why he's missing the entire spray. It did manage to connect a few shots. This fight, the opening that Gremlin Storm were looking for. Maybe the opposition is now kind of low. So even with 2 lads, Rowdy and Dictator, a few good nades, and alright, nades are not going to be needed. Rowdy just runs up, shoots DRS, makes sure they're not going to be there till the late game. There's that. Oh, he knows what the body looks like and what the grass looks like. Does find it quite easy to pick apart the players from VENOM Legends. And along with that, I believe DE Warriors now are in the game with 11 eliminations to them. Top 4 teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen. 13 players still alive. We have MABETEX, we have High Voltage. The lads from T2K are here. And Assassin, well, he's the last player surviving from the side of High Voltage. Look at how comfortable he looks. Just playing on his couch. Massive fan right next to him so that things say
I can never play like that. I don't know why.
Yeah, with your legs straight, right?
Yeah, I need to be sitting if I want to really focus at my best. But right now, let's just have the conversation later on, because this fight is really getting intense as the time passes by. MABETEX still controlling the best part of the entire circle. They are actually controlling the entire circle so far. They're having a 2-1 split. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of this split or not, but the two players should be in the front and one should be in the back. Wally crawling up really close to T2K. He wants to make sure he does not give any sort of foot cues away, and that's why Wally is really playing this one safe. Now we'll probably start a punch boost his way in. Jane should have a little glimmer now. You must have heard Wally moving around, and finally Wally decides to reveal his position. This is a one-on-one fight in which, if Wally does go down, MABETEX entirety will be flipped against him, and the most critical part of the entire zone will be given away to the players of T2K. But Wally as well is giving quite a tough fight to Jane. Jane is not able to find that sweet spot yet, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be easy as well. Both the flags are covered. Wally is right in front, so I mean, the only way Jane finds a fighting position if DE Warriors actually finish off Wally or even knock him out. But look at that now. T2K finding the opening. Nirzet taking care of DE Warriors down to a 3-man roster and trained to kill. They're not looking to stop anytime. This is going to be a massive mistake. They walk down in the dip, but the nade destroying Legend Rig is down to a sliver of HP, and that is not going to be it. Doc going for the push, does find the second. The third knock is going to be theirs as well. Jane is the last player surviving for his team, and DE Warriors, well, they are definitely playing like a bunch of warriors at this point. Doc, he is extremely low. 13 eliminations secured by this team. They have quite a comfortable position on the edge of the zone as well. It is going to be between them and MABETEX, but hey, they left a man alive. They left Jane. Oh,
still
this could
sneaking
be a
around,
massive mistake, Necro.
Could be. But DEW should have a little clue of where Jane exactly is, in which area he is. Neither that's why the players of DE Warriors are even stepping outside that territory. The next circle shifts on up against the players of DEW once again, and now Jane is pretty much given his position away with those shots being fired. Jane's position being revealed. Now it's just on to the players of DEW to try and pounce on top of them, but MABETEX can be a big thorn in the way. So for them to do that, MABETEX needs to be taken care of. For MABETEX as well, they will be forced outside that compound soon enough. But nice shots from the side of Baron. Sneaks goes down. DEW, this might just be where they will find themselves in a big trouble. Molotov inside the house. Both of them are taken down way too low. That's a big blunder from the side of MABETEX. They're catching a bit too much hard. Finally, DEW, they put the final nail in the coffin. One more to go. The pack of warriors is really looking legendary as they just need to go against one more wall to win this chicken dinner. Nades are tossed in. Utilities are being utilized to the best, but two players in the front, East all by himself, charging on, Doc in the back. Both of them are doing a great job, playing it well synergized, and the communication is looking on point as well. DEW, they get this in the bag.
Well, what an amazing win by DE Warriors. Oh, all right. A little bit of a celebration dance right there. But still, I mean, it is an impressive win for DE Warriors, and I believe, Necro, we are tied now, aren't we? Necro?
I mean, yeah, it's kind of whatever, man. It's okay. You're
Whoa,
just
wow,
lucky, all right?
whoa. All right. Is it whatever? But still an impressive performance. They got 16 eliminations, 31 points secured, and that does propel them, I believe, quite close to where the players of IHC are. Because IHC got an early elimination in this particular game, and High Voltage were eliminated super early. Godlike Stalwart were nowhere near the. I don't know. I think they were eliminated on the 9th position. Godlike Stalwart. So DE Warriors, they're going to be extremely close to being on the first position. If this continues, even in the next game, if they get anywhere close to this, they're going to be sitting on the first position, and I think today is going to be their day. But for now, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back after this.
सो सम्झाउन गाह्रो हुन्छ स्पेसली ठ्याक्क एक्सिडेन्ट भएको त्यो एक्सिडेन्ट मैले आई लस्ट माई फिङ्गर फलोवर्सहरू सपोर्टर्सहरू भयो जसरी पाएँ डाउन द रोड म एउटा न एउटा केही न केही त निकाल्छु जियोस् म अहिले जहाँ छु एकदमै ह्याप्पी छु मलाई चाहिँ एउटा अपर्च्युनिटी के पायो भन्दाखेरि मलाई जसरी फाइदा हुन्छ मलाई जसरी लाइफले आई मिन यो हुन्छ नि स्पोर्ट्सबाट मैले के गर्न सक्छु भन्ने कस्तो भन्दाखेरि बच्चादेखि मलाई फेमस हुन मन लाग्ने भनौँ न यस्तोलाई सोचेँ हो त भने नि मिस्टर माथि थप्यो अगाडि
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia fall season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me, and this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. Game number 1 done and dusted. DE Warriors walking away with an amazing win, 16 eliminations, and the chicken dinner, propelling them to the second position, in fact, in the overall rankings. But with that being said, let's move forward, have a look at the MVP of the game, which this time around is going to be East from the side of DEW.
With 6 elimination points and 7 knockouts and 27:04 survival time, with 1 headshots and 1,055 damage dealt, DEW, yeah, it did seem like they were playing so well in sync. And the best thing about their entire performance in that previous game was that the circle wasn't even favoring them the majority of the time. They were battling their way inside the circle, and they did so perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, a perfect performance, a perfect run in this entire matchup. Very aggressive, very aggressive right off the bat. I mean, every single opportunity they got to be a part of the action, be a part of any fight, they just took it. Looking at the player focus list now, we do have East with 6 eliminations, 1,000 damage, as we talked about him being the MVP. But look at Dog there, not too far behind from his own teammate. 5 eliminations secured, 1,188 damage dished out, and these weren't the only players who were just going berserk inside of the game. MABETEX Wally as well, 5 eliminations, 1,140 damage dished out. Godless, I mean, the man is a beast. He's a monster unleashed on the battlefield. As, I mean, everyone is aware after all these years of seeing him perform. Only 2 eliminations secured, but 900 damage dished out. My goodness.
Yeah, it's just crazy, man. Wally, I mean, he was trying his best, but unfortunately, he was really spread out from the team. And that's what I don't understand. MABETEX's split should be an opposite. 2 players should be in the front, and 1 player should be in the back, providing that cover fire. And that just works perfectly fine. If you're going to have only one player on the aggressive footing in that late of a stage, where finding a knockout is really crucial, then I would definitely doubt that split, no matter what.
Well. I mean, the split plays can work out for you. I mean, that's the thing. It's just whatever the team feels comfortable with, what they think is going to be the right decision. But let's see. I mean, we have an advantage of calling all of this out because we get to see the map always, and where basically everyone else is. Although now what I want to see is the overall rankings and see what the difference exactly is between the Warriors and the players from IHC. Because before this game, prior to this match, the Warriors, they were sitting on the 3rd position with 121 points. They got 31 from this. The tally goes up to 152. IHC, on the other side, finished off with 4, so it is going to be 153 points to IHC, 152 to the Warriors. The difference, I believe, if my maths is wrong, it should be correct. Sorry, if my maths is correct, it should be 2-point difference separating the 2 teams. And if it's wrong, I'm pretty sure someone is just going to text me that
You said
should start studying.
You just said, if my maths is wrong, it should be correct.
Yeah, then I corrected myself. Did you not hear? Are you also like...
I did, but I just found it funny, man.
So, you listen to half the stuff I say and then you ignore the rest. All right.
Not true, actually. Not true.
Yeah,
You're
because
an
I
important
did in
person
fact
to me.
correct myself afterwards.
You did, but I still just found it funny.
Yeah, alrighty.
But soon
Whatever you
enough,
say, buddy.
man. Soon enough, dude. Listen, all right. I mean, after those match rankings, yeah, even GSM they finished on 7th spot, which is, I would say, interesting. But baby steps for sure, considering how they played yesterday. These type of baby steps will help them in the overall rankings, no matter what. So, Gremlin Storm, keep on going. But next game has to be a big leap from your side because you will only have 5 more games to go. And if you do want to make the comeback happen, day 2 is probably the best day.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely going to be the best day, and I think it's not just Gremlin Storm, MABETEX also in a similar situation, because before the day began, Gremlin Storm, MABETEX separated by 4 points. Gremlin Storm started the day off on the 12th position. MABETEX started off on the 14th position, and in this game, both the teams had kind of a decent run, even trained to kill. I mean, even though the elimination numbers were lacking, they still managed to secure those placement points for finishing in the top 3 in this game, and that is going to be so much beneficial to them. I believe this is going to help them break into the top 5 right after this particular match. So it is going to be quite interesting to see exactly where these teams are going to be in terms of the overall ranking. But look at this, it looks like a mountain now, like a mountain range, the damage histograph. We do have DE Warriors dishing out the most damage inside of the match, 3,204. Then we have MABETEX with 2,164 damage dished out. It keeps on dropping until we reach VENOM Legends, who dished out only 722 damage, but still managed to walk away with those 3 elimination numbers. So in the early and mid stages of the game, especially post the 12-minute marker, the fights that were happening were kind of chaotic, but still in the late game, I think the teams that were the initiators of this fight did in fact end up benefiting from them. But ladies and gentlemen, the next game we are going to move forward to, in fact the next map we will be moving towards, it is going to be the map of Sanhok, and that brings me to my next question now, Necro. What do you think is going to happen on Sanhok? Who do you think is going to win?
Sanhok, it's going to be really tough to say anything, man, because yesterday in Sanhok we saw IT pretty much take it home. And if I do say IT will win in this one too, then I don't know if I'm going to be true to myself at this point, because considering how performance has been looking like for them throughout from yesterday in the rest 3 games, and now at least in the first game, IT, things were not that great for them. But again, I think so. If you really do ask me which team would probably be taking it, I would say DRS. What do you think?
DRS. I mean, there is going to be a possibility. They haven't. It's not like they are underperforming on Sanhok, but for the next game, I think chances of High Voltage actually walking away with a win, or Godlike Stalwart walking away with a win, do seem a little bit more prominent, a little bit more solid. Although yesterday's Sanhok, we did have Raw, Elementrix do really well for themselves, and IHC in fact did end up walking away with a win on the first Sanhok, an incredible win in fact with 8 eliminations to their name. The next one went to the side of VENOM Legends, but I would say I'm going to go with High Voltage because they have managed to be a little bit more consistent on this particular map, especially as I have been mentioning. Camp Alpha position, that drop of theirs right on top of the hill is a drop that I personally do prefer on this map. It is a drop that I have used whenever I do end up playing a few scrims with my friends. So that is why I feel like, all right, this is something that I can work with. This is a situation that I can relate with the most. So I'm just going to go with High Voltage is my prediction.
Interesting. I mean, I feel like, yeah, that can be really well utilized when the circle is on the top left, and that's what happened yesterday too. But unfortunately, High Voltage, they weren't really able to win that game, right? Because yesterday, and so far inside the tournament, High Voltage haven't won even a single game, and they're still sitting on the 2nd spot. Don't exactly know what the position is going to be looking like, though, after that previous game. Maybe they are in the 1st spot or not.
No, they're going to be sitting on the 3rd position.
You'd think, oh yeah, maybe. But High Voltage, they had quite a solid previous game too, Johnny. So it's really difficult to say. Maybe it'll be really close between DEW and High Voltage. But yeah, I think so. What you're saying can definitely be right too, because IHC, they did not have that good of a performance. So I think so the ranking should be somewhat like this. IHC should be on the 2nd.
Yeah, IHC is 1st, D Warriors is 2nd, High Voltage is 3rd. and I did not calculate for the 4th.
Damn. That's some quick one. Okay. So if you ask me for my predictions,
Yeah.
though, I'm gonna go with an interesting pick here. I'm gonna go with DEADEYES guys. Lock it in.
All right,
Let's see what they've got.
Nice guys.
Yeah.
Actually, quite a good prediction, I have to say. I
Mhm.
mean, their drop is quite decent. They have had decent runs on Sanhok yesterday. Also, I mean, the second Sanhok yesterday wasn't really theirs, but the first one they did manage a top 5 finish with 3 eliminations to their name. And also, I think DEADEYES guys is one of those teams that actually does benefit quite a lot with those heal battle strats. I think they are one of the best at doing that in their particular region. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how, in fact, this game is going to go for them. But with that being said, we do finally see the lovely faces of our players on our screens again, and that means it is time for the game to begin.
It indeed is, and look at them. They're just ready, locked in and loading, waiting for Sanhok to start. And it should be starting up soon enough as the players are getting loaded inside the plane. And here we go. The plane fly path is in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. And as we do see the plane fly path starting all the way from Cow towards Camp Charlie, this is going to be an interesting one. I mean, it's the map of Sanhok. Again, no matter where the plane fly path is, it's not going to be that tough for you to extend towards your drop location. So no matter what sort of it's going to be, it's really tough to say. Are we going to see any sort of early collisions, though? If you remember, Johnny, yesterday Sanhok was really slow.
Yeah, I do remember. I hope it's not like that. I don't want to cast a slow Sanhok. I mean, it becomes so... I mean, yeah, it's just so difficult to try and figure out, all right, what is going to happen? This is going to be the first fight that we witness. This is where the teams are going to go. I mean, on Sanhok, you want to love... I mean, I personally love to see the teams just be a little bit more aggressive, be a little bit more proactive in terms of looking for engagement. And that is how the map was designed. It was supposed to enable and, in fact, promote a little bit more aggression within the teams that are playing. But on the other side, I mean, we do have the game beginning. All right, on Sanhok, the trajectory of the plane, it does not really matter that much, but this time around, we do have quite a nice spread between the teams. One weird thing I'm noticing right now is the split from Gremlin Storm. I mean, it is the 1-3 split, but still Memo stands quite a high possibility of getting picked apart by the players of either Godlike Stalwart, as we do see one of the lads just moving up north, trying to intercept Memo's position, and if that happens, oh boy, Gremlin Storm, this is not going to be a good game for them. At least the start is not going to be what they want.
He always has this little itch in him. I don't know, for some reason, he always does. Where Memo is just all by himself, somewhere completely else. And yeah, that's just how this man likes to play, or likes to start things off all the time. Now, again, this sort of separation, we've spoken about this about A1 Esports too, if you remember, Johnny. And A1 and even A1NB, they like to drop in a really separated fashion right off the bat. The only downfall for this can definitely be if a team is quite desperate to get those points, and if they do their homework correct, they can easily just charge on you after getting that basic loot around you, and they can just try to get that one free elimination point wrapped up. He's isolated all by himself. What can a solo man do when 2 or 3 players push against him?
Well, let's see. I mean, I don't think they can do quite a lot. Because, as you mentioned, a solo play against, if it's a 1v1, maybe, because it is going to be a 50-50 between the two lads, but the moment you are outnumbered, the odds swing in the favor of the opposition, and you never want that to happen. But we do have the circle, I have to say, quite nicely split between the 3 islands, and that is just going to relieve the teams of a lot of pressure that would have fallen upon them. So, quite a comfortable start for everyone inside of this game. WIZZES Club all the way down towards Camp Charlie down south. 1952 on our screens, and I mean, this is one of those teams that we have talked about struggling the entire time, but they finally managed to make their way towards the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. And from here, I think the goal for them is going to be quite clear. Oh, look at this. Memo, he's just lying out in the open, but Wadu is quite close. Now, Wadu prone down because he heard the auto in the distance, but now Memo peeks out from behind the rock, and with the help of the shotgun in his hands, finds the opening. Wadu, he has the DBS on himself as well, but switches over to the M4, takes down the man behind the rock. Memo is finally going to be dropped. Now, Snipe, he is burning alive. Dictator is extremely low, and the nade from Wadu is going to secure the second knock for the team. Quite a wonderful opening being created by the lads of JyanMaara, and I don't think they are going to stop anytime soon. The two players from the side of Gremlin Storm have showed up, but not a lot they can do over here. The revive, it's going to be quite an easy one for the players of Gremlin Storm to secure, and JyanMaara to secure, and for Gremlin Storm, they are going to be in a world of hurt. On the other side, the new record for Godlike Stalwart, 75,000 team damage.
Yeah.
Wow. Ooh,
Wow,
boy.
just incredible. But right now, this fight, as it keeps on going forward, and GSM out the game on 16th spot. Oh boy, interesting. At least this Sanhok game's not that slow. At least it is quite a fast-paced game so far, because we saw a squad wipe in the first 5 minutes of the game, and it was the squad that we were literally talking about too, Johnny. We were saying that, okay, GSM, baby steps, the next game needs to be a big leap, and then this is what happens with them.
Well, I see one team already eliminated from the game. Now, this is the start that we wanted, but how many more bodies are going to fall? Quite hard to predict, as we do have the lads from Raw Official on our screens now. They were part of the early action as well. Quite close to the players of Godlike Stalwart. Have lost 2 MABETEX. Wally and Apex still remaining though. They have to be extremely careful. Luckily for them, Godlike Stalwart, it looks like they are headed towards Painan right now. Oh, the hidden airdrop, the hidden treasure, hidden on an island. With the
And it's the Groza too. Yeah. I don't know if anyone is actually going to go for it though, considering it's quite exposed and right in the center of the water lines as well. So yeah, it's filled with risk. But it is the Groza, and we've seen Groza being utilized quite fair bit yesterday too, right?
Yep. I mean, that makes sense as well. Groza, it is a weapon with one of the highest DPS inside of the game.
Yeah, it just shreds.
Yeah. Oh, the pre-fire was perfect, but so was the anticipation of the shots from Smokey. Oh, look at him, he's mad. He is mad because of that.
He's not happy.
Oh, the rage. It is quite real, and it should be as well. Elementrix, they thought they were going to be in control of that situation, but now, God of God, quite an unpleasant surprise right there. 3 players still remaining, and Godlike Stalwart coming in from the rear.
Speak of them, and right now, Elementrix, with all the 3 players, they're inside this compound as they have lost out on 1 player. Bishal, of course, just overextending himself and getting a little bit too great. He wanted to get that elimination point in his hand, but he couldn't. Instead, the cover fire from the side of Raw was way too perfect. And they just took him down like it was nothing. Raw scouting at top of the hill. The players of Godlike Stalwart are visible, but they're a bit too far away to try and take the shots. It's just going to be a waste of bullets at that range. And if you do take a look at the circle too, Johnny, it's just creating that mysterious aura. It's perfectly centered, or it's perfectly balanced between all the 3 islands. You still don't exactly know where the circle is going to be shifting towards.
Well, I hope it just stays in the center. That's going to be quite a rare occurrence in this particular map. But something that is going to be quite exciting to witness. Raw Official, just quite keen on looking towards the hills around him. you know, the hills, they can have eyes as well, watching you from the distance. For now, at least, Raw official completely unbothered. 1952 on our screens now. Have managed to make their way towards Painan. They have to be cautious because in a few moments, they're going to be meeting the side of WIZZES Club in this exact spot as well. WIZZES Club, they are moving up north from Camp Charlie.
As we do have teams on the southern side, IHC is still really late to make it in. Even T2K is taking their sweet little time. But as you do take a look at the center of the map, it's completely filled up with a lot of teams now. Everyone's just waiting for the next circle shift to hit the deck, and as soon as it does, there will be a big chaos. But if it doesn't take a drastic shift, if it doesn't take a hard shift, then it shouldn't really worry a lot of players in general. 2 airdrops right next to each other, Johnny, in which MK14 on the third one.
Oh, I mean, I do love this weapon, to be honest. I mean, Demon with 2 faces, as it has been called in the past, but let's see what this is going to be capable of in this particular game. And, well, there's going to be another one taming the beast. High voltage. Oh, this is just going to be perfect for him. They are the last ones remaining on Camp Alpha Island. That means no one's going to bother them. No one is going to be putting a lot of pressure upon them. They can play this game however they like, however they please. And that is just perfect. Elementrix now, after the little bit of blunder in the early stages, losing B-Shawl. They have managed to regroup. And after the early fights, it has been quite quiet. Up until now, though.
And speak about things being quiet, yeah. But as the next circle does shift up north, actually. So this is an interesting one. The circle shifts up north. Now there's a big chance the next circle shift might just be on the top left island. That's why the players of high voltage haven't even pushed outside of it yet. They're still in there. And they have already contested the hilltop. So this game is definitely going to be quite interesting. It's already shaping up pretty well. Godlike Stalwart, they still haven't left the boot camp area, but how are they going to cross on over on the other side if it is a top left island circle? Because already it's starting to fill up with a lot of teams, especially DEADEYES guys too, being on the coastlines. They're not going to let anyone breach in through the water lines.
I mean, it is going to be quite difficult to beat them. With the way East is actually just focused on the players of DRS, I think they are aware of the opposition headed their way as well. Doc, this is going to be so risky for him. He is crawling up this bridge. At the moment he starts shooting, the players from the side of Raw official are going to be aware of the position of DE Warriors as well. Look at Rules just going under the bridge instead of over it, because he knows there's going to be a lot of opposition waiting for him, a lot of resistance on the top half. He just swims right underneath them.
Yeah.
Alrighty, just stay on the bridge as long as you want. And Rules, he's going to be prepping up a very unpleasant surprise for the players of DE Warriors. Look at him go.
Yeah, DEW, they have a nice field set up, but Rules is just moving in from the down. And they have no clue that someone might just be swimming underneath.
It is hilarious what is happening right now.
He's a man on a mission, and he will want to execute that one to perfection. But there is one player who is taking a look at the water lines, but he still has no clue that Rules is able to sneak in through, and even Rules has no clue that the players of DEW should be on top of the hill. I don't think so. He knows.
Yeah.
Yeah, even Rules is quite clueless. He should be running on top of the island soon. And as soon as he gives the foot cues away, the players of DEW should be alerted. Raw as well on this island, but no, Rules is taking things slow. Maybe he does have a clue. Nirzet is watching the right lines, but he's also given his position away. And now the players of DEW are definitely alerted. And yeah, you instantly do see Sneaks as well looking at the same direction underneath the bridge. But the problem for Rules is that now he's trapped. He's nowhere to go. He will be trapped over here as long as if there's going to be some sort of cover fire from the side of DRS, then maybe Rules should be able to find an escape route. But even then, it's going to be so tough. I mean, it's DEW, man. They will have some of the most insane firepower, so you cannot just directly start challenging a fight against him. Raw officials on a climb, looking for a better spot once again. And they have found themselves a little footing on the top left island as the next circle shifts on the left side once again. And High Voltage, they're going to find themselves in the prime spot. Even Raw, with the proactiveness, they've gotten a nice compound in their hands.
Well, let's see. They do have quite a wonderful compound, but the moment Camp Alpha is going to be in the picture, you know which team I'm going to talk about. It is going to be High Voltage. A massive, massive advantage for High Voltage. They still have control, complete control, in fact, of that mountain. And the nice guys, another team, quite a decent position for them. Still managing to hold their position towards the eastern edge of the island. In the meanwhile, though, the Warriors trying to deal with the players of DRS. Rules once again in the water has decided to go for a swim. But from the distance, Killer YT is going to try and see if he can grab the sneaky assassin snake from the side of DE Warriors. If they secure an opening, that is what they're looking for, because that should allow them enough pressure to cross the river. But no, from the rear, the players from WIZZES Club are just going to pass them by. And oh, has Delta been spotted? I don't think so. I think shots fired on the other side just deter WIZZES Club from moving any further. They are going to be forced to fall back, but they are using the bridge to cross over, which is, well, just quite a tricky decision, quite a tricky move for them to pull off.
Oh, they're going to be so exposed and vulnerable on the bridge, too, considering they have no clue that DRS is just waiting for them on the left lines, and they have them just locked in the crosshairs. Maybe now Octopus has a little clue of what's going on around. Maybe he has heard a little bit of shots being taken in that direction. That's why he's moving over there. WIZZES Club, even they themselves are looking to move from underneath the bridge, and they are going to start swimming soon enough. But Rules is going to meet them, and this might just be some free elimination points for Rule that will probably be delivered in his court.
Well, let's see. A lot of fights breaking out. Oh, East getting shot from the eastern side as well. Drops down instantly, saves his life. And his teammates, they're trying to clear the front line so that they can move forward easily. But JyanMaara in the distance have lost one of their own. Snipe YT getting eliminated by the players of VENOM Legends. MABETEX, an incredible run in the previous match. And this match, they are going to be the second team to go down. VENOM Legends also, not a lot of players remaining. Fragboy is going to be dropped outside of this game. WIZZES Club, once they realize that the bridge is already being watched, all of them just take a dive down in the river. Quite easier to cross this way. But in the feed we just saw.
What?
What?
Huh?
Exactly.
Wait,
Rules.
what?
How did they not see him?
What is going on?
Is he gonna do now?
I mean, he cannot do anything. He can just cross his fingers and hope that they haven't spotted him.
You know what he is right now?
The Invisible Man.
No, I was just gonna call him a siren.
Okay.
So,
Well, yo, WIZZES Club, as they are catching a lot of fire from DEW and even from some other sides. Yeah, it's going to be the players of DRS who are just inflicting a lot of pain and hurt at this point in time. The players of DEW are getting way too desperate for this fight. They push on up. They found one, but instead there's also equal trade on both the sides. Now WIZZES Club, they also need to take a look at the back and also the front. Doc from the back wrapping up, and this should be it. The final nail in the coffin, and DEW, they come out victorious in this fight. WIZZES Club take an exit on the 14th spot.
well, not really a position where they thought this was going to go, but they did in fact get baited. And the reason I was calling Rules a siren, Necro, because in the sea, there is a story of sailors getting lured to their deaths by the calls of siren. You hear music in the middle of the ocean, don't go following the music. But that is what happened right there. They followed the trail right to their demise and eventually get caught off guard by the players of DE Warriors. Right now, though, 1952 are getting beaten down by the players of IHC. Two players still remaining, Devil Boy and Entry. IHC, though, do not really want to bother them anymore. They just move forward towards the water, which might just be a very tricky decision for them to make it work, because now Entry and Devil Boy will have free reign to shoot for the players of IHC at any time that they want. DRS still unable to cross over. DE Warriors just holding them for so long, just delaying the rotation from the side of DRS, but East will get knocked out in the process, and that is the opening, I believe, that DRS were looking for. The finish has been secured, but still not an opportunity for them to cross the river and move towards the Camp Alpha Island.
But again, they even don't have a lot of meds to play around with. They cannot afford to keep on tanking the blue zone damage. As IT now, this time they're going to be at the receiving end. Icy falls down. Elementrix, Yita Uta as well. He's going to follow it up. The trades are there back and forth, but the players of IT, they're also getting shot at in the back. The third party is going to be something that's invited in here. And IT, they'll now decide to shroud themselves in the smokes, as they really do want to cover their back lines, because the front lines are filled with enemies. And first, they need to start taking care of the front. And yeah, Alex, IT nowhere to go. Even getting shot at from the sidelines. But the players of Godlike Stalwart, they're trapped from all the different angles. IT, they might just start suffocating to their own death, because Elementrix as well, they're now starting to approach the field. Skylightz Gaming against the players of Elementrix, and Skylightz Gaming too, they've lost one player quite early off. Nima is in the front all by himself, and Nima's looking him off the field up, but Orange might just be the one to stop his story, and he exactly does.
Well, let's see though, how far is this man gonna go? Elementrix, just 2 players surviving in this game. It's gonna be so difficult for them to move any further, as Precious is gonna go down as well. Orange is gonna be the last player surviving for his team. And the Molotov that has been lobbed into his compound is not going to allow him to cross, or in fact jump outside the window. Look at him going into the corner room. There's 5 first aid on him, so he can't even go for a heal battle. Mr. Boro, though, with 12 first aid, the Molotov is going to be lobbed towards Orange yet again, but he is bleeding out slowly and steadily. Both the lads decide to go for the heals, but this might be a little too late. Oh, he almost makes it, and now running indoors, the shot's not connecting. Mr. Boro, there was no reason to risk it, and the result is going to be the fact that both the teams miss out on those points. He had 12 first aids. The other lad had 5. You could have tried to outlast him like that. And yes, that was a brilliant. A peek right, and then a spray right on the opposition.
If T2K actually do end up winning this fight, I'm going to lose my stuff, because they have pushed out all in the open, and if they still do manage to flip the odds, flip the table against the players of DEADEYES, guys, this might just be one of the biggest choke moments ever. Jane with the Tommy gun in the hand, he's trying to wrap around and, of course, try and take a close-range fight. Rig as well with the DBS. Oh, this is going to be such a big threat, and Rig is just waiting to explode. He's a ticking time bomb, which will soon enough explode. And T2K, all they're looking for is one more entry, which can just change all the things. Molotov tossed inside. Another man goes down in T2K. They somehow managed to flush out the entire team of DEADEYES, guys, from this lobby. DEADEYES, guys, a big choke moment indeed. But now Godlike Stalwart, as the focus is being switched on them, even they themselves have found themselves in a little bit of tricky spot.
Oh boy, I mean, this game is getting more and more intense by the second. VENOM Legends down to their last player, Raw official. 2 players remaining. DRS, look at this, Godlike Stalwart, all 4 players left. They have 7 eliminations in this game already. And with that being said, they are looking quite strong as well. But no, Assassin is going to find the opening. His Cry is going to go down, but Assassin, with his position being revealed, is going to take a few shots from the flank, will reposition behind the rock, goes for the heal now. It is going to be quite incredible to see how will High Voltage make it to the other side. The high ground advantage is playing in their favor, and they have a decent position inside the zone as well, but they have to be extremely careful, because the teams charging upon them are going to be the Goliaths of the lobby, and it's not going to be an easy fight for them to come out on top of.
But there was one player from the side of Raw in the back lines, and Godlike Stalwart, look at them. They're now dropped down to a 2-man squad. The man number is not really favoring them anymore, so the man advantage they had inside the game's gone. Look at DW2. Doc is just moving around the edge of that mountain, hoping that no one's going to spot him, but Mullik is way too split. He's far away, but somehow Doc manages to claw his way back inside the fight. He turns around and slaps him down to the ground as Godlike Stalwart, they are still in the top 5 somehow. With 10 first aids to go, Pico will probably try to go for a heal battle, but there's 2 teams inside the circle. which are T2K and VENOM Legends right next to Godlike Stalwart action. High voltage with, of course, the high ground they have to play with. Things are looking way too nice for them. And they are just raining down terror on the entire teams that are available underneath them. Nowhere to go. Action's quite exposed. He will find a little tree to play around with, but that's going to be his saving grace only for now. Action is catching a bit too much hurt, and as soon as he peeks out, that should be it, and yes, it is. Action goes down, one more to go. Godlike Stalwart, now they're going for a med strat. T2K, 2 players inside the house. Things can still be flipped around.
Well, things will definitely be flipped around, and it's not going to be easy for anyone to try and challenge the players from the side of High Voltage Pika. Look at him outside the zone, trying to heal battle to the best of his abilities, but not a lot he can do from a position like this. Train to kill, nowhere left to go for them. And it looks like the result of this game is pretty much written in stone now. High Voltage, I mean, the win should be theirs. Ripson now hiding behind the tree, just keeping vision of the players of T2K. There are 2 points that he can secure. Praveen securing an extra point, finishing off Godlike Stalwart, and High Voltage. 3 players still surviving. 4 teams remaining in this match. If they can finish off Train to Kill, then this is going to be their game, but the cover from the smokes is perfectly laid out. Ripson sees Jane sitting out in the open, an easy target. And there is the second one as well. Train to Kill eliminated. Jiggle is down, knocked out in the open. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. High Voltage, the win pretty much there. Assassin going for a revive on his teammate. VENOM Legends are eliminated. Godless is here with his 6th stage. But IHC, they will have to settle for the top 2 finish. And you know what, Necro? I think IHC, they're going to lose their first position now. High Voltage, they have the elimination numbers. They will have the win from the chicken dinner as well. They will get 12 points for placement, 2 eliminations. That's 14 points. I'm going to start doing the maths right now, ladies and gentlemen, because we know who's winning this game. So 14 points for IHC. High Voltage, they're going to be finishing this game with somewhere around 19 points. The difference after the previous match was, I believe, 4 points. Alrighty, so yeah, High Voltage, they're going to be sitting on the first position in the overall after this win. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Win on Sanhok. Impressive performance coming in. Remained calm, even though after the first zone, it looked like it was going to be a wise decision for everyone to move towards the main island. But no, High Voltage, they stayed there longer than everyone else. They held their ground longer than anyone else. And the result in the end is going to mean that they win the game, and not just the game, they take the first position on the overall leaderboard. There we go. It is confirmed.
Yeah, 5 elimination points and only 20 points in total. So that was not that big of a game for High Voltage, because it made sense. All they needed to do was just hold the high ground they had, and the circle just kept forming on the top left island over and over again. So of course, High Voltage, the circle was favoring them for a decent amount of time, but they played that to perfection. Thankfully, they did not really overstep themselves. I love the split the players of High Voltage had, where one player was inside the tower, just sitting, and the rest 3 players are on the high ground, and that split was perfect. And as I've always said this, if you are going to have a 3-1 split, you got to make sure the man who is split away from the squad, he is anonymous. His position is not given away anytime soon.
Necro.
What?
That's 2 in a row for me.
So what? What am I supposed to do, dude?
Now. You're losing.
Ha ha! Listen, bro. All right.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Come back. We'll be done.
All the way from the second.
Come back. We'll be done, man. But you know, Johnny, you can keep laughing. You can keep making fun of me. I'll be back after this short break and get my revenge.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me, and what an amazing win for High Voltage as we were breaking down the action. I mean, just holding on to that control of Camp Alpha Island, especially the hilltops, allowing them the advantage in the end moments of the game. Wasn't a big game. They did not get a lot of eliminations because they were playing for position the entire time. So 5 eliminations in total, but still the objective has been achieved. The first position in the overall leaderboard is going to be there. But for the MVP of the match, we do have Slipknot on our screen. Look at that, 3 eliminations, but 878 damage dished out.
And not just that, as you do take a look at the survival time as well, 2054. Raw, unfortunately, the circle was something that was really not working for them. And they always were just running behind the circle. And then in the final moments where they had 2 players up and alive, they ran against the players of Godlike Stalwart, in which one of the players did manage to surprise the players of Godlike Stalwart. And if I'm not wrong, he pretty much spoiled their game right then and there. He single-handedly took out 2 players because he was in the flank angle. And then Godlike Stalwart, that was it. Their game was completely spoiled right then and there. But still, that fight against the players of DEADEYES, guys, that T2K brought, and that fight has definitely caught a lot of my attention because I thought the players of DEADEYES, guys, should be able to win no matter what because T2K was out in the open and they made a push happen. It's not even that the distance was closed. The distance was quite far away. All they utilized were a couple of smokes and they were easily able to push right on top of the players of DEADEYES, guys, and easily shut them down. And this is something DEADEYES guys really do need to try and rethink.
Well, definitely, and it is going to be quite a massive hit, I guess, on their morale as well, because as you mentioned, that fight was supposed to be theirs, but, I mean, mistakes were made, blunders all over the place, and T2K, I guess they're going to be the happy bunch of lads from that situation, because they got to make it to the top 4 of the game, and Rig is going to be there in the list of players' focus as well. 2 eliminations, but 413 damage dished out. We do see Top and Fika from the side of Godlike Stalwart, even though they weren't really able to make it to the late game stages. They weren't really able to break into the top 4, the top 3. They still managed to secure a lot of points because of how aggressive they were being right off the bat.
Speak of being aggressive, as you do take a look at the match rankings of the match 8, as High Voltage, of course, they won that game with only 5 elimination points. Not that point-heavy game, but this should be something that would help them drastically on the overall rankings. But they're able to keep the consistency flowing, and this is what the players of High Voltage are known for. And now we're just still waiting for another consistent team in the name of Skylightz Gaming to step it up as well, because the first 2 games, Skylightz Gaming, they haven't been able to show up at all. Even yesterday, Skylightz Gaming were completely deactivated, and I don't exactly know what's going on. I was having a little chatter with Unch too about Skylightz Gaming, and he was saying that he was saying that even he's not happy with the performance, you know.
I mean, for sure. I mean, I do understand that because I mean, Unch was again, as far as the region of Nepal is considered for us, I think Unch is like an encyclopedia who knows everything of that is going on at the time with every single team, every single players. I'm pretty sure he can basically tell us what every single one of these lads had for breakfast. But I mean, he was so adamant that all right, Train to Kill are going to be the team to beat. Train to Kill are looking very solid. So what he did was he went through their records of their regional scrims and saw how the teams were performing. He went through the past couple of tournaments, saw how the individuals were performing. And that is how he deduced that, all right, Train to Kill are going to be the team to beat this time around in the PMPL as far as the region of Nepal is considered. We did not take into account what the other teams were up to. We were just considering Nepal at that point. And I mean, other than that, I mean, High Voltage, we knew they were going to be performing well, but we did not think that they were going to be contesting the trophy this closely. This is going to be what the run was looking like. No one thought this was going to happen. So High Voltage, it is a surprise, and it is a very, very pleasant surprise that we are witnessing. But Train to Kill, I want to see why they were considered as the best team. Look at that, 171 for High Voltage. We have DRS Esports just 4 points shy, sitting at 167. The Warriors are there with 160 points to their name, and Godlike Stalwart, a team that everyone says is the best team to represent South Asia on the global stages right now, sitting on the 4th position with 133 points. a little bit far away from the top 3, aren't we?
Yeah, kind of. So, not a little bit actually, Johnny. They have a decent cushion over here. So
27
Godlike
points.
Stalwart. Yeah, that's pretty much one game, I would say. They have
Yeah.
one game cushion. If Godlike Stalwart is able to win one game with, let's say, maybe around 25 or 26 points, they would still
Wait.
be in the exact same place.
Are you saying that's a cushion for Godlike Stalwart? That's a deficit, Necro. What?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's a cushion against
Yeah,
Godlike Stalwart.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's a cushion for the top 3 teams.
Exactly.
So
Well,
they
I
are
was
currently in
wondering
the.
what you're saying.
They are currently. Of course not, man. Come on. What?
I'm sorry, my bad. I heard it wrong. My apologies.
Damn, little bro. What's going on with you, huh?
Wait, I thought you were the
Well,
one, young
anyways.
one. You were the young blood, Necro.
Yeah, but now you're my little bro. Anyways,
Why?
overall rankings. On the latter half of the board, you have Skylightz Gaming at least moving up one position. So we were speaking about teams being consistent, but we haven't seen that. We haven't seen them being consistent, but at least they have moved up one position.
Yeah.
Or it's more like Gremlin Storm are doing way too bad.
I mean, maybe. I mean, Gremlin Storm, the first 2 games haven't really been there, and the early exits are not really doing any favors for them. But look at that. We started off the day with MABETEX being a part of the bottom 3, and now they are, well, they have moved up the rankings just a little bit. So it is going to be quite interesting to see what MABETEX are going to be able to achieve at the end of the day. I think if they do finish the day off somewhere around 120 points, then maybe tomorrow we can see MABETEX finish off in the top 5. And again, the reason I want MABETEX to finish in the top 5 is because back in the days, the lineup was known as T2K Esports, who do have the caliber of, well, they also have the possibility of winning the trophy. So quite a lot of expectations from that particular lineup, but this time the start has been kind of slow. But ladies and gentlemen, our journey is going to continue to map number 3 of the day, which is going to be the good old map of Erangel that we are going to witness for the first time today. And Necro, that brings us to our next question, and also my next question. Prediction. What do you think is going to happen? Who do you think is going to win?
Considering it's Erangel,
Yeah.
and Godlike Stalwart, now they really do need the cushion. I want to go with Godlike Stalwart, but I still feel like this is going to be quite a risky pick. With how the momentum's been looking like with them. I am definitely second-guessing my thoughts over here. I'm definitely doubting myself, but I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart anyways. What about you, man?
Well, so my calculation goes beyond what is happening in this finals. It is going to go all the way to what the teams are thinking about their sort of about their slot in the PMGC, right? So from the SA Championship, you go to, from the PMPL South Asia, you go to the SA Championship. Then there's going to be the GC happening a couple of months from now. And since Godlike Stalwart have already, I mean, I believe they're already headed to the Global Championship. I think they are going to be not try harding 100% away here, because they know they are being monitored by literally everyone in the world. All the coaches are sitting, all the analysts are sitting and watching these games right now and seeing what Godlike Stalwart are going to be up to. So I believe that is the reason why we are seeing them. So notice this. It's not like they're playing really, really bad. They are barely missing out on those fights. It's this close between them and victory. So I think rather than Godlike Stalwart, I'm going to go with IHC for the win in this particular game. I think IHC, they do need these points for themselves. So I think, and plus the momentum in the previous game is going to carry forward to this one. Erangel is also a comfort pick. As I said, for Sanhok, I do relate with the drop spot for high voltage. Georgopol is where me and the boys have been dropping literally since Season 1 beta.
Okay, well, you went with IHC. Let's see how this one's going to pan out to be, because there's a lot much more teams that we still haven't spoken about, Johnny. And another one of those teams is WIZZES Club. And WIZZES Club, I feel like this is the team that we haven't spoken about throughout this entire Grand Finals. I mean, we have shed a little bit of light, but we haven't really went in depth on what exactly is going wrong with them, right? Because WIZZES Club, we're not really seeing them in that much of a limelight, and they've always stayed in that sort of a mid-pack, even in the league stages. And right now, they're in the mid-pack again. So top 10's the goal here, ladies and gentlemen. Keep this in mind. If you do want to move on over to the South Asia Championship, you got to make sure you're staying inside top 10 in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you have to stay inside top 10. And I mean, the difference between the teams, it is not that massive, but let's see what is going to happen in this game, ladies and gentlemen, as the match is live right now. The trajectory of the plane starting from the northern side, just a little bit east of Severny and going all the way towards the military base. So top to bottom, that's the flight path for this game. Should be a pretty standard drop for almost all the teams, even the teams that are looking to head towards the Georgia Pole area. Not too difficult for them to reach that location. They are going to be dropping a little bit north of that Ruins Bridge, and from there they can travel on foot, just run towards the Georgia Pole containers. IHC should not be too difficult for them, but whoa! WIZZES Club and Train to Kill both dropping towards Severny now. Necro, you want a drop clash? There it is.
Hold on, maybe not just yet. WIZZES Club, they do sort of travel near Zarki and stuff sometimes, so I'm not sure if this is going to be a drop clash just yet. I'm going to still hold on. I'm going to still hold on to my words. And yeah, I think so. It's not going to be a drop clash there, Johnny. WIZZES Club are on their way towards somewhere else. They're probably waiting over there to get the vehicles. And as soon as they do, they'll start moving towards either the Georgia Pole apartments or towards Zarki. But the circle as well, it's quite interesting. It's a northern side circle in which T2K will now finally have a fair share of chance. And T2K so far, Johnny, we need to speak about T2K and how consistent they have been even today and compared to how they played yesterday as well.
Well. I mean, they were doing quite decent for themselves yesterday.
Yeah.
To be honest. I mean, it was a slow start, especially with the kind of run that they had during the league stages. I do understand that the players were not feeling too confident about themselves and did in fact just want to play for placement points. But today they have built up a little bit of a momentum for themselves.
They have. Yeah.
Even though we won't see Train to Kill challenge for the trophy anytime soon in this tournament, we are going to see them in the best of their abilities in the SA Championship.
I feel like we will probably see all the top 10 teams in the best of their abilities in the SA Championship, but if you do speak about the abilities and the teams that we really do want to see, and one of them is going to be Skylightz Gaming, and right now they're not even close to top 10, right? They really do need to start hustling and bustling as quick as possible. This Erangel game, this might just be it where Skylightz Gaming might just potentially find themselves in a good spot. Now, they do like to start off in Yasna Poliana. That means as the game will keep on progressing on, there's a big chance that the circle will take another shift once again. And usually from Yasnaya to northern side, it's really easy to play around those fields.
Well, let's see though. I mean, yeah, it is going to be quite easy to play around those fields, as you said, but the challenge is if the zone moves away from you, then it's going to be a nightmare for you to escape. Not a lot of cover available for you to move around with, so can be quite hopeful about the closing moments of the match. But first blood of this game, by the way, has been, well, not the first blood, but the first casualty of this game, in fact, was Fear from the side of Gremlin Storm, who was picked up a little bit earlier. Although we do have Raw Official on our screens playing towards Gatka. Not a troublesome position. They can stay around for a while. It is the southwestern edge of the circle. And
yeah,
I believe the tendencies of all the team right above them is to rotate early, apart from IHC. So High Voltage and Deadeye's guys are for sure moving up towards the Northern Island a little bit quicker than you think. And that is going to allow those positions to be taken over by Raw Official.
I mean, those areas are already being played around pretty well. And they are quite active with players as well, as you do see. I mean, the northern side, Deadeye's guys, they already have a 2-2 split. 2 players inside Rozhawk and 2 players already shifted up top on the northern side. But what I really just noticed over here, Johnny, have you noticed since that A1NB is really not inside the lobby, 1952 has pretty much taken over A1NB's place? They used to drop near Milta and farm, and they used to sort of farm those areas, but now they're not dropping over there. They've taken over A1NB's drop spot. So 1952, they always loved that one. This is why we saw a little bit of collision right off the bat when the PMPL started in the league stage, where A1NB and 1952 had a fight in the first game, and then later on they sort of decided to kind of compromise within their own territories and draw a line. But now as A1NB is not really there, 1952 doesn't need to worry about anything. They can just drop in, get their loot secured, and try and make it inside the circle. So this is going to be quite a comfortable start even for the players in 1952.
But you know what my concern with that switch up is, Necro? Is
What?
the fact that A1NB are not here.
Oh, so you wanted to see an early fight?
No.
Then what?
The fact that they are not here means that drop does not work. It's a strategy that has been proven to be flawed, my friend. You would not want to play in a situation like that. So you get where I'm going with this, right?
I do, but do I want to shed light on that? Answer is going to be no. Oh no, it's stuck. Okay, I honestly thought it's.
It is stuck. It's not gonna fit.
Yeah, it's not gonna fit. It's too small.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it needs to be stretched. But
A little bit more.
with that being said, the circle is quite interesting. Teams have already started to make a rotation in this one. Skylightz Gaming, as I said, they like to start things off in Jasna Poliana, and they have realized and capitalized on this exact point that I was mentioning, is that if you do start inside Jasna, and if the circle does shift up north, then Skylightz Gaming should have an easy terrain to play around with. They've already become really proactive. They've sent 2 players on a critical compound that should be pretty nicely held by those 2 players, and the rest 2 players are still inside Jasna, having a nice little split going on. JyanMaara might just start running against them, but right now, the players of WIZZES Club, they are seeing a rotation from the side of Ra, quite close to Octopus, not able to find any connections, but at least able to shook him away. Domain was able to find one though, so Ra is already on a man deficit.
Well, let's see the Domain trying to enter his domain or maybe bring the opposition in it. WIZZES Club, as you said, I mean, the rotation was caught off guard, but still not able to secure the knock. Slipknot, here's attempt number 3. And oh, Slipknot's almost running over Octopus, but Octopus missing this spray as well. 3 opportunities and all of them. Well, the opposition just managed to run away. I think he's just going to regret this. A few words being spoken quite aggressively to, I believe, his teammates.
It's okay. Honestly, that's just called competitive nature of a player. Inside the heat, you never know. Honestly, these type of situations can really do make someone heated up. It is quite understandable. But yeah, as we do see, now a lot of teams have literally started to accumulate right on top of Jasna Poliana. T2K, they have a really nice split, and they're controlling the majority of the northern side as well. But this split might just work against them. This split might just backfire. 1952 going for quite a desperate rotation, and this time it might just not work out. One player's been slipped out and instantly finished as well. Entry might just be the second one to go down as well. The buggy's tires are definitely not there anymore. That's why it could have been flipped out, but Entry will need to eject outside that buggy, and we'll need to try and make something out of nothing at this point in time. JyanMaara, with this sort of an area being held, they're really just being the guardian angels.
Well, let's see though. JyanMaara, they have decided to go wide all the way towards the Stalwart Hill now. As I have been saying this entire tournament, I love this position, but the problem becomes the fact that it is going to be impossible for them to drop down. Everyone's going to be waiting for them. There's not a lot of cover available to work with, and they have given the location away to the players of 1952 as well. But from the other side, T2K chiming in. The opening is going to be there. 1952 losing out on one of their own. Quite an easy finish for T2K to secure.
Yeah, 1952, they're just all over the place. They don't know themselves what they're exactly here to do. The rotation is so unorganized. They have nothing planned out right now. And that's why there's just being a bunch of lost players who are being picked up one after the other by some individual teams. First, it was the players of JyanMaara who got a little bit of piece of that. Now it's the players of T2K who got the second player down. 2 more to go. 1952. Those 2 players are going to be their main lifeline. And inside the grand finals, even if inside this game they're not able to perform, that means 3 games are already done. Halfway off the day is already done. So you're going to have a lot of pressure in the upcoming 3 games. You'll need to make sure at least the rest half goes pretty well. But 1952 now with only 2 players left in life, their positions compromised as well. Devil Boy's trying to slip away from this spot, and he should be able to do so. It's quite far away, and he is going to avoid the line of sight of Jane as well. M24 in the hands of Jane is looking to crack some skulls open. But 1952 with the split they found themselves with. At this point in time, you just got to make sure you're not really giving away your position. Just keeping yourself anonymous and unidentified. DEW on our screens. All the 4 players grouped up. They have moved in from the left lines. But Johnny, imagine if the circle takes a hard shift down south.
Well, let's see. I mean, it is going to be...
He found one.
Well, let's see though. Can he find a few more? See entry in the distance. Jane going for the spray. The distance between the opposition is a little too much, so he's gonna have to let this one go. No possibility of him securing another point for his team. This is just the second zone, by the way. We are about to transition to the mid-game stages of this match, and this is where all hell is about to break loose, because the northern part of the map is quite exposed. There is, well, close to no cover available for teams to work with. You do have these isolated compounds, but these are not enough to hold entire teams, entire squads within them. And that becomes a challenge for a lot of these teams.
Speak about becoming a challenge. This entire game is now becoming a challenge. It's going to be so hard to survive. Every single team thinks that it's going to be another shift on the upcoming circle, but is that really going to be the case or not? That's what we still need to find out. We're just waiting for the next circle to hit the deck. But if it is a hard shift, then every single team inside the lobby will be screwed up big time, because everyone think it's going to be another shift whatsoever. A lot of teams have been handicapped. 1952, they've taken an early exit from the game as well. As you do see the airdrop 2 on the screen, it's going to be MK14. And as I say that, that is exactly what's going to happen, Johnny. The circle takes a curveball shift down south. It just surprises every single team inside the lobby. Godlike Stalwart, they find themselves graced by the PUBG gods, because Godlike Stalwart was so late to make the rotation to breach inside the northern side. It would have been next to impossible, but now as the circle shift down south, this is another lifeline gifted to them. But as you do see the fights happening on the northern side as well, fight breaking down between the players of Elementrix and Raw, and Elementrix, they have lost out on one player, but Raw too, Smokey and Slipknot are way too close to the enemy territory, and they might just get dismantled soon enough. Precious inside the compound, so Slipknot cannot even give his position away and provide the cover fire, and Smokey's all by himself in the far fray, getting charged on and getting pushed on by 2 players from Elementrix. But T2K from the back line is creating a lot of problems for Elementrix, and this is where tables might just be flipped.
Well, tables are going to be flipped and new ones are going to be built, because Raw, even though we thought they were going to have an advantage opening for them to survive, they lose out on Slipknot. He's not going to be slipping anywhere, but Mr. Smokey, hiding with his buggy inside the smoke, is going to try and close, hit the distance between his teammate. Goes for a revive though. It is going to be an easy one. Elementrix, they're trying to run away. T2K blocking their way in the distance, just waiting for Raw to step out in the open. But here comes the blue zone, and Mr. Smokey, the first aid is going to be put on him. Well, his teammate taking a few shots. They take 1 hit, and that is it. They're going to be done. They're going to be knocked out and finished in the open. 20 kill will just secure 3 points for themselves.
Still, though, 15 teams alive and 53 players in total. There have been quite a lot of individual collapses, but only 1 team has been completely eliminated. As the circle is now even smaller, it's going to start to fill up with a lot of teams. There are a couple of compounds that are still uncontested. Rozhawk, there's a lot of space inside Rozhawk that you can go for, definitely. And teams like T2K, who are making a late rotation inside the southern circle, they can definitely try and settle inside Rozhawk. It's not a bad spot. But again, if the Circle is going to try to play some more evil games, then things can get even worse for all these teams. Right now, Godlike Stalwart are definitely in a prime spot as they've found themselves inside the apartments of the school. And they can just sit there, get the high ground, get a lot of information, and even if the Circle does shift away from them, considering they're right in the smack center, they should still be playing around the edge.
Well, let's see. I think the pace of the game slowing down now is going to make things a lot interesting. Oh, that shift towards Rozhok.
Oh,
DEADEYES,
no.
guys, they're going to be the happiest team for a few short moments because the zone is headed towards their home. But along with that, a lot of other teams are headed in that direction.
Even IHC is quite going to be lucky here, Johnny. They have a nice split going on where Alex is all by himself on the left line, and he should be able to wrap up a lot of elimination point near the bridge, and the players of Elementrix are approaching that. But for now, there's a fight going on inside the warehouse, and WIZZES Club really do want to bring this fight to the players of DEW. WIZZES Club, they do have a clear advantage inside this fight considering they have the compound to play with, but still, DEW, somehow they're able to find the opening, and they will just keep on pressing on forward. These nades are really hurtful, and they are going to keep on hurting even more. DEW on the verge of collapsing, and they might as well.
Well, everyone just running around out in the open, panicking because this shift, I think, is something that no one expected. But WIZZES Club, Slayer not out quite. He's trying his level best to deter the pressure from the Warriors that's being built up upon WIZZES Club for a while now. On the other side, DRS against JyanMaara, 2 players knocked out, 2 on the split. No while left to go. Gyante should be an easy finish for a player like him. I believe even with just a nade, he can end this misery for the lads of JyanMaara. But look at this. So a little bit of help from Godlike Stalwart might just help WIZZES Club survive as the Warriors do take a hit from them. But East running indoors against Domain wins the duel, secures the knock and the finish.
Makes them look so easy too. They just breached inside the entire compound and wiped the existence of WIZZES Club like it's nothing. DEW, those utilities were so perfect. The precision this team shows when it comes to the utility utilization, it's on another level, but there's still 2 more players to go, in which one of them is knocked out. That means Kuwait YT is going to be the only threat that's lingering around in the back. He also has a buggy, so he will probably try to make a desperate rotation, and that's what he exactly goes for. Kuwait YT should be able to find a safer route outside this entire chaos that's going on. And DEW, as they have successfully taken over this entire southern side, but they're still playing on the edge. So this position cannot be reliable, Johnny.
Well, it's definitely not going to be reliable, as you said, but let's see. Godlike Stalwart again, just a tip to work with. This is going to be brutal. So every single time they, you see the slope that Top was climbing, every single time they step upon this, the Warriors is going to have an opportunity to take the shots upon the players of Godlike Stalwart. And with the way these players have positioned themselves, I don't think they are aware of the line of fire that is there for the Warriors. Or maybe they are, because East just took a massive hit and is going to be dropped down to 50 HP. But he falls back behind the cover, is going to heal up, and now Godlike Stalwart is just waiting for the Warriors to present themselves. 13 teams, 45 players still alive. The zone moves, but not too far away from Stalwart.
Speak about moving not too far away. Right now, DEW, they've realized Godlike Stalwart is the only team that is capable of stopping them in the tracks, and they are just being the guardian angels of the edge lines too. So to try and breach inside the next circle, it's going to be really tough. Really, really, really tough for DEW, because Godlike Stalwart will not go away without a tough fight. And even DRS, they're having a little crossfire set up over here. DRS to challenge a fight against Godlike Stalwart. It is a possibility, but even DRS, they need to check their backlines themselves, so they have their own troubles to deal with. Inside the Rozhok City, it's of course chaos, as there's way too many teams at the same time just going for the battles. And this time it was the players of MABETEX who are falling prey against the players of Raw. But MABETEX, they somehow manage to find the entire wipe on the players of Raw. And Raw, they're going to take an exit. Ruthless, aggressive Warriors. The aggression doesn't work out for them anymore. And the Circle too, Johnny. The Circle is playing quite a lot of evil games right now.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's just going wherever. Even I'm like wondering, all right.
It's
what
all over the
teams are gonna
place,
be up
man.
to. I mean, so a few moments ago, I'm pretty sure the players from DRS and Stalwart were panicking, like, hey, where do we go? How do we break into the zone? And now they must have been like, oh,
Hell yeah.
quite lucky. Yeah.
That's what I literally said before too, right? Because Godlike Stalwart made such a late rotation,
Yep.
and because the Circle just shifted down south, it's like the
Oh, I love
PUBG
this
gods
gun.
just graced them with the Circle's presence. But hold on, DEW, they might just get dismantled. Godlike Stalwart's nades accuracy is right on the mark, and they're actually able to find the mark too. So Godlike Stalwart, they are definitely punishing the push from the side of DEW. They're able to just stop them in tracks, at least for now, and also utilizing as many utilities as possible. Godlike Stalwart, they also need to start thinking about the future too, because they're running away, or they're running with a lot of utilities over here. They're definitely wasting quite a lot of utilities inside this fight, but all of that just to stop the players of DEW. DEW is, of course, one of the greater threats inside the lobby, so they do not want anything to do with against this team. East is still alive on a sliver of HP. One more bullet, and it should be it. The nail should be put in the coffin, but East somehow has managed to stay alive even until now. And finally, East crumbles down, cracks under the pressure as DEW have taken an exit from the game, and Godlike Stalwart, they put an end to the fairy tale.
Well, let's see. Godlike Stalwart, as you mentioned, have come out on top against the players of DE Warriors. An opportunity for them to walk away with a win in this game. They have good control of the southeastern edge of the zone. No one there to bother them at all. Apart from DRS, quite close. High voltage against the players of Gremlin Storm. Rowdy still surviving. Praveen knocked out. Jiggle is going to try and take the opposition down, but oh, the chunk of HP missing now. It's going to be a little too much for him to deal with. The nade at point blank range. Oh, Rowdy! He's going to step out from behind the smoke. Try and finish up Praveen, but the nade is going to be perfect. Oh, it wasn't. Rowdy still left standing. Jiggle, it means his time might
How's
just
he
be
alive?
done. Oh,
How's he alive?
he's got 3 nades still now.
How is Jiggle alive with such low HP? Finally falls down.
No!
Oh,
The nade came from Malik. It finished off 2 of his nade. Necro,
Wow.
that wasn't a good nade.
that was a little TK right there, ladies and gentlemen. And high voltage. Maybe they will need to pay the price for that, because the players of Godlike Stalwart really needed some sort of a booster to make it inside the circle, and this might just be the opening they really do need to. But even they have their own problems to deal with. From the back is the players of DRS trying to approach the fight, as they have already found 2 knockouts. Godlike Stalwart, things are now starting to crumble apart, but DRS, they cannot just underestimate a team like Godlike Stalwart anytime, man. Action as well falls down. 3 players down, Pika to go. One last man alive against the entire squad of soldiers. The real soldiers, they are looking pretty dominant right now in this fight. But they're not able to find that one last man. Pika is playing this one so safe and sound. He's trying to waste as much time as possible, but he's fine too. He goes for another one. Pika!
Oh.
What? Oh, the
no.
savior, the lord and savior of Godlike Stalwart, Pika, a solo man demon. Pika is on a demon time. He's on a whole nother level.
See how far is he gonna go though? Scry was so close to getting a revive, but a slight delay is gonna result in him being eliminated as well. Godlike Stalwart down to a 2-man roster. IHC, look at them. They have taken control of the northern edge of the zone. The top 4 teams in this matchup, ladies and gentlemen. 10 players still remaining. Godlike Stalwart top. He has been brought back into the action. IC right now is just trying to see if the smoke dissipates. His left is quite exposed, has to be extremely careful. And where, oh no, Godlike Stalwart, they've been spotted out by Demo. He's squeezed, the body's moving out in the open. Pika has been spotted out, the spray not connecting. Demo did hit a few shots though. They have to be quite aware of where the last player from the side of VENOM Legends is going to be. It is between VENOM Legends, High Voltage, Godlike Stalwart, and IHC. IHC, all 4 players remaining. VENOM Legends down to the last. High Voltage, 3 players, and Stalwart down to 2.
Oh my god.
Oh no, this is gonna be the game changer right here. Oh, Assassin messes up the spray.
If Godlike
Ouch.
Stalwart do not win this game, I'm genuinely going to be upset.
They
The
aren't.
sort of clutch Pika pulled off Oh boy,
They're not
he
gonna win it.
pretty much just gave them the entire lifeline. Yeah, it's so tough for them to win it too because the players of IC just have a really nice high ground and they're able to control it perfectly.
Yeah.
Too. Look at the spray, it's so close. Oh, barely those bullets do not manage to hit those targets, but Godlike Stalwart, oh no, they're getting picked off now. They're getting softened up way too much. Down low, Godlike Stalwart on the verge of collapsing. They still have two players somehow alive. Now they're trying to patch himself up. The barrage of bullets is just so hard to dodge. Too many bullets to try and dodge. The players of IT are just raining down terror, death, and destruction on the entire lobby. High voltage in the front. It's the top 3 teams alive. And IT, all they're doing is just peppering down all the bullets they have right now, just mowing down the lawns, hoping to find some connections through the smokes.
I mean, they do connect on Malik, and now high voltage in the world of Ferd. IC does take a bit of damage, but still not enough to take him down. IHC in perfect control. The opportunity is there, but Alex out in the open. He goes, and this is going to be a massive risk for the players of IHC. Demo is already there as well. Godless taken down. Alex taken down.
No.
Jiggle
Oh my God.
might have just changed
Oh my God,
the fate
choke.
and brought back the players of High Voltage and Godlike Stalwart in this game. That ain't no joke, Necro. That was just a brilliant spray from Jiggle, but he still needs to be wary of Demo's position. Now IC does manage to escape. Godless has been left behind. Godlike Stalwart, they are being quite patient, just letting IHC step out in the open. Pika is going to try and pick, he does steal the point from the players of High Voltage, and all of a sudden this game is down to a 2v2v2. IHC a massive blunder, rotating a little bit too early, but Demo does find the point. Now Assassin is going to take care of Demo. Trade does come in, and Godlike Stalwart, the odds swinging in their favor from being to a 20% win possibility down to a 50%. And IC, guns out, brother. Why are you running with no weapons in your hands?
Oh. Top being spotted out. One more to go. One more snake is still inside the grass. IC is the only man left alive. Assassin is going to be the biggest threat for IC. And IC moves out in the open. Does spot out Pika. Hears a lot of gunshots going around. IC, the only thing he has for cover is the vehicle. Pika's shots are really close. Finally knows now where IC is. Has found the hit markers. One more to go. And he stops him in the track. Assassin spots out the last man of Godlike Stalwart. And he shuts him down as well. High voltage. Back to back. Johnny, this is complete madness.
Yeah,
what are these games?
What
are these games of day 2? Absolute madness.
I mean, it is an incredible finish for the players of High Voltage, and this should give them a big enough safety cushion. Although, no, it shouldn't give them a big enough safety cushion, so the competition was right there along with them. But still an incredible win nonetheless. 10 eliminations, 25 points secured by the players of High Voltage. A huge round of applause to these players. What an amazing day they are having, but still they need to be on their toes, and I believe High Voltage, if they can manage to stay on the first position at the end of the day, then tomorrow they might just be the ones lifting the trophy. The Mongolian domination finally coming to an end after almost a year.
Oh, I'd see how do they not end up winning that game? Oh,
I mean, so the thing is, the zone was on the other side of the slope, and coming down from that slope was, well, literally impossible. You can't survive with all 4 players. So it is just the fact that I mean, Godlike Stalwart actually had the perfect opportunities because they waited quite nicely. They were in the patience that they displayed did swing the odds in their favor. All of a sudden, it just bounced for 20 to 50% win probability. But then the moment IC, got that pick onto, I believe it was Pika that he picked off. That was it. That was when this game went up for a coin flip. But still, an incredible win for the players of High Voltage. They're doing really well for themselves. But we'll take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this and see how many points the teams have.
It's a bang.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me, and it has been an incredible day for the players of High Voltage, though, because after the first game, they managed to walk away with, well, quite a lot of points, and after the second game, sitting on the first, now they have a massive win as well along with that. But let's see where this will take the rest of the teams. We do have the MVP of the game rules on our screen right now. 5 eliminations, almost 1,000 damage dished out.
I mean, not just that. DRS, I'm not gonna lie, I'm quite impressed with the play. Even DRS played that previous game. Because as you said, at the start, when the circle was looking like it's going to shift up north, it did seem like DRS, and not just DRS, even Godlike Stalwart would have been screwed over big time. But as soon as the circle shifted down south, these two teams, they got given a new lifeline. Later on, unfortunately, DRS weren't really able to be that proactive. They were just being left behind, and Godlike Stalwart, somehow they found themselves on the right side of that circle. They were able to hold them off at bay pretty well. DRS, they were just in a really tricky spot to be in the first place. And then if you do take a look at the way High Voltage played, of course they played that to perfection as well. Assassin, in the end, he had a nice little high ground against the final man of Godlike Stalwart, and he got shut down. Pika, that incredible moment, Pika was looking like a man possessed in that game.
Well, you know what, so I agree with you on the fact that Godlike Stalwart could have won this game, but it was the similar situation for DRS. So that fight between DRS and Stalwart, whoever won that with, had they had enough players surviving, they would have ended up winning the game, because that southern edge, there were just 2 teams there. They were completely isolated.
Yeah.
In the end, what would have happened is IHC would have fought against High Voltage, and if it was DRS who came out on top, they would have just third-partied and won the game. If it was Godlike Stalwart with more than 2 players, they would have third-partied and won the game. But that did not happen. And because those 2 teams fought, Godlike Stalwart survived with just barely 2 players. They did not have enough numbers to actually capitalize on the final situation, even though they knew what they had to do. So it was quite unfortunate that that entire fiasco happened, but still, it was an incredible moment between these teams, and especially that final fight was so impressive. Look at that. 8 eliminations on DRS. We have 9 on Godlike Stalwart. High Voltage there with 10 eliminations. IHC with 8 eliminations. MABETEX finishing 7 eliminations. So a very aggressive game between the top 5 teams.
And speak about the top 5 teams. Yeah, as you said, they were looking quite aggressive, but if you do take a look at the latter half of the board too, now there are still quite a lot of surprises once again, Johnny, and this is going to be, I'm talking about DEADEYES guys and Skylightz Gaming. I mean, okay, hell, just leave DEADEYES guys alone, okay? DEADEYES guys are doing pretty good in the overall ranking, so I'm not really going to talk about them, but what I'm really going to focus on over here is Skylightz Gaming. Again, ending things on the 12th note, not having a good game once again, and they're on the latter half of the board. As I said, ladies and gentlemen, top 10 is what's really going to matter if you do want to secure your slot inside the South Asia Championship, and Skylightz Gaming, they're not that close to top 10.
Well, I mean, they are, I agree with you, they are not anywhere close to the top 10, and it is going to make the situation a little bit more tricky and a little bit more risk. Because, yeah, look at this. So, the spray transfer was on point, and just because the man plays support half the, well, not half, literally all the time, we should not forget that he is a member in one of the best teams in the world. Not just South Asia. Godlike Stalwart at this point have proven that they're one of the best teams in the world. So, Pika will definitely have the skills to back it up. And just because he does not show them most of the time because he's busy helping out his teammates, does not mean that he's not capable of doing this. He is very well capable of pulling this off. Yeah,
Johnny, we haven't seen them fighting against their kryptonites inside the grand finals so far, which is DEW. Because usually DEW's win ratio against Godlike Stalwart, it has been 100%. They've won all the fights that they have been put against the players of Godlike Stalwart. So they are the kryptonites of Godlike Stalwart. But inside the grand finals, we haven't seen them against each other anytime. So I really do want to see that fight happen once again.
Why? I don't think it's not going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. You just gave the reason why. Why would you want to fight a team that has consistently beaten you every single time?
Because you want to be the best and you want to prove yourself that you're better than them.
Being the best means winning the tournament. Ego is something that will literally be the reason for your downfall. Never have an ego, never underestimate the opposition. That's how you win, that's how you stay on top.
Okay, Papa. Anyways, as we
You
have the
need to
overall
learn how
rankings
to
of
be
Post
humble, my
9.
man.
I am humble.
No, you're not. You have a massive ego.
Why do you think so, huh?
For no reason at all. Because you're bad. Why?
Why do I have an ego, man? Why? I don't know.
I don't know. You should think you're
Anyways.
good.
All right, Johnny, stop taking shots at me, all right? I'm just trying to be nice over here.
Yeah, who's leading the prediction board right now?
Okay, buddy. All right, listen, only if Godlike Stalwart would have won that, they were on the second spot. I should be given half point. Anyone can agree with me. I should be given half point. It was the second
No.
one. Yes.
That way, you were so close to winning. I should get half a point as well, right? But let's let it be. By the way, did you notice like High Voltage now have like a 11-point advantage instead of 4?
Ooh.
Yeah, they're moving up slowly and steadily. So IHC need to buckle up, otherwise High Voltage is just gonna be.
I mean, they sort of did buckle up in the previous game. So,
True.
I guess they still have, what, 3 more games to go?
Yep.
There's a chance they might buckle up, right? We're just done with halfway. So 3 more games to go, guys. Anything can happen. In these 3 games, we might as well just see 1952 on the first half of the board if they just somehow get some power energy from somewhere. Don't exactly know. But yeah, 3 games have the capability of changing the entire course of the overall ranking. So anything can happen. Even as you guys did see, Skylightz Gaming is on the 12th spot in the overall rankings of the entire grand finals. MABETEX, though, Johnny, they have moved up to 10th. So they are inside the top 10. Even VENOM Legends, they're on the 9th spot.
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite incredible to see how the next 3 matches are going to go. But I think Necro, the next game, is where High Voltage just might lose their ranking on the first position. Because as we know, Miramar has been the map where the Mongolian teams go all out. And that is the map that they dominate consistently. So with that being said, I think High Voltage, they will have to be extremely careful on this particular map. Otherwise, they are... If IHC or Godlike Stalwart make a comeback, then they might be in trouble. But ladies and gentlemen, an interview is happening right now. Let's hear what the players have to say.
निक्लिरहेको छ भनेर हामी कुराकानी गर्नेछौँ. ओके, हाई ओरेन्जी, हाउ आर यु डुइङ?
हेलो
सन्चै हुनुहुन्छ? के छ खबर?
तपाईँ ठिक छ चल्छ
एकदम ठिक छ. कस्तो भइरहेको छ ओरेन्जी PMPL ओभरअल?
ठिकै
ठिकै मात्रै त हामी अपेक्षा गरिरहेका छैनौँ. ओभरअल कसरी चलिरहेको छ टिममा? कस्तो छ मोमेन्टम, माहौल कस्तो छ? के सोचेर आउनु भएको थियो? बिचमा आएर गोल चेन्ज भयो अथवा सुरुमा आउँदाखेरि जे सोचेर आउनु भएको थियो त्यसमै अहिले पनि स्टिक गर्नुभएको छ? के छ?
पहिला चाहिँ अब एसएससी क्वालिफाई हुने थियो, अब चाहिँ अब टप 6 जसरी
ओके
भित्र आउनु पर्यो.
पक्कै पनि टिमले राम्रो खेलिरहेको छ भनेपछि अलिकति गोल त चेन्ज गर्दै पनि जानुभयो. इनफ्याक्ट हामीसँग रश्मि अनि इन्फिक्स पनि हुनुहुन्छ. आई गेस उहाँहरूसँग पनि थुप्रै क्वेसन रहेको छन् ओरेन्जीलाई सोध्नको लागि. सो बोइज प्लिज.
ओरेन्जी, हाउ आर यु?
हजुर हजुर
हाउ आर यु?
तपाईँ?
ओके, म पनि एकदमै ठिक छु. अनि फर्स्ट ल्याप त सकियो. एलिमेन्ट्रिक्सको साइडतर्फबाट जुन चिकन डिनर हामी भन्थ्यौँ त्यो कुरा मिस भइरहेको छ. सानोको म्याच पनि क्वाइट बेटर गयो एलिमेन्ट्रिक्सको लागि भनेर भन्न सक्नुहुन्छ. बट अब आउने प्रिपरेसन्स एन्ड प्लान्स के कस्तो छ त? टप 6 को यात्रा त तपाईँले भन्नुभयो, बट चिकन डिनर के हामीले देख्न पाउँछौँ पाउँदैनौँ?
पाउँछ.
ओके, पाइन्छ. बोल्ने भन्दा खेल्ने बढी यो भनिन्छ नि त होइन? ओके, सही हो. अनि सँगसँगै हामीले रोस्टर्समा केही चेन्जेस देख्न पाउँछौँ पाउँदैनौँ तपाईँहरूको?
अहिले त यही हुन्छ होला अब फाइनल्स भयो.
ओके, प्लेइङ 4 जुन भइरहेको छ. ओके, द्याट्स इट. तपाईँ
एसएससी त तपाईँहरूको गोल भइसकेको छ. बट एसएससीमा चाहिँ तपाईँहरूको गोल के छ? कति पोजिसनभित्र बस्ने? जिसी पनि टार्गेट रहन सक्छ, जिसी पनि जानु छ, जिसीमा पनि गएर पर्फर्म गर्ने चाहिँ एउटा भनौँ न लक्ष्य रहेको छ याक्सको पहिलेदेखि नै छ. त्यसमा के भनाइ छ तपाईँको?
जिसी पुग्नु त अब सबको त्यही त हो, मेन गोलै त्यही हो. अब हाम्रो नि सुरुमा त्यही हुन्छ. अब हेरौँ कस्तो हुन्छ डे 1 को पर्फर्मेन्स.
पक्कै पनि ओरेन्जी एकदमै इन्ट्रेस्टिङ टिम पनि रहेको छ. जसरी तपाईँ आफूसँग त एक्सपिरियन्स रहेको छ, लामो टाइमदेखि यो सिनारीमा हुनुहुन्छ. तर अरू जो प्लेयरहरू जोडिनु भएको छ, प्रिसियस यताउताको कुराकानी गर्ने हो भने जो नयाँ सिनबाट उदाइरहेको प्लेयरहरूलाई लिएर तपाईँले त्यो कमान्ड लिनुभएको छ, भार उठाउनु भएको छ. टिमको लेजेन्डरी टिम पनि रहेको छ, ठुलो फ्यान बेस छ. सो एक्सपेक्टेसन अनुसार कोही कोही बेला पर्फर्मेन्स त्यो म्याच नहुँदाखेरि प्रेसर कतिको हुँदो रहेछ अथवा यो स्टेजमा टिमलाई लिड गरिराख्नु भएको छ, कस्तो हुँदो रहेछ? आफ्नो पर्सनल एक्सपिरियन्स कस्तो रहिरहेको छ?
मेरो त खास छैन, यो केटाहरूले जस्ट हेल्प गर्छ. अब फर्स्ट टाइम आइजेल गरेर आएर नि त त्यो अलमोस्ट सबको केटाहरूको सपोर्टले चाहिँ हल्का उ भइरह्यो राम्रो भइरह्यो गेम चाहिँ
ओके टिममा सबैभन्दा तपाईँलाई आइजिएलिङमा अथवा टिमलाई ह्यान्डलिङ गर्नको लागि सबैभन्दा हेल्पफुल को रहेको छ अहिले प्लेयरहरू मध्येमा
अहिले त विशाल
ओके बग्यो नि सपोर्ट प्लेयर छन् ओके एनी मोर क्वेसन बोइज
द्याट वाज इट बेस्ट अफ लक टु द टिम अनि त्यसपछि अब आउने म्याचेस चिकन डिनरको पर्खाइमा छौँ हामी एलिमेन्ट्रिक्सको साइडबाट
ल
ओके
दुई गेम पछि छ 3 गेम छ अब 3 गेम हान्नु पर्ला
3 गेम रहेको छ त्यसमा तपाईँहरूको फेभरेट म्याप स्यानोक त छँदैछ सो स्यानोकमा हामी आशा गर्दैछौँ फेरि पनि एलिमेन्ट्रिक्स आउनेछ भनेर होइन मैले ओरेन्जीलाई एक दुई पटक भेटेको छु कुराकानी पनि गरेको छु ओरेन्जी यति थोरै बोल्ने मान्छे त होइन के भइरहेको छ अहिले मलाई थाहा छैन तर ठिकै छ हामी ओरेन्जीलाई अनि एलिमेन्ट्रिक्सलाई म्याचको लागि तयारी हुनको लागि समय पनि दिनेछौँ सो थ्याङ्क यू सो मच ओरेन्जी आफ्नो टाइम मिलाइदिनु भयो अनि गुड लक टु द इभेन्ट
ल थ्याङ्क यू सबैजनालाई
थ्याङ्क यू बाबा आई सी यू अगेन होपफुल्ली अर्को कुनै पटक बाई बाई सो उहाँ हुनुहुन्थ्यो एलिमेन्ट्रिक्सका
Welcome back after the lovely interview over there, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we are going to be continuing with our conversation that we were having because there was a little bit of a language barrier.
No
for the
clue.
both of us. Yeah.
Yo, anyone, man?
He was muted the entire time.
I couldn't even hear the interview.
But still, Necro. All right, so I'm assuming Elementrix, the questions that were asked or were supposed to be asked if I was the one doing the interview right here was how they're looking forward to the finals, what their thoughts are on how the finals are going to go, and how do they feel about one of their own sitting on the first position, just beating the Mongolian teams at their own game. Aggressive performances from High Voltage every single time. I'm looking at their elimination numbers. Quite a decent conversion in every single match for High Voltage.
I mean, I would have just asked them one question and I would have just said, why are you guys so good? Like, why, man? Just why? Don't you think so? That's a good question.
Why you do this? Is that what you're going to ask?
It's only a game. But yeah, as you do take a look at the schedule, we set this 3 more games to go. And just how at the first 3 were started off with Miramar, then Sanhok and Erangel. The last 3, the same Jazz will be there. Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel are left, from which we are going to be playing the 4th game on Miramar.
Oh, imagine though, if you get to see another hat trick. I mean, the possibility of that happening is very, very low.
It's weird,
is extremely
right?
small.
I mean, no. But the thing is that even seeing a team get back-to-back 2 chicken dinners, I feel like now I'm just so accustomed to seeing it inside the grand finals.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's
and
happened quite a lot.
This should not be happening in the grand finals, though, you know? Grand finals is supposed to be even more tougher, but teams like HV and teams like IHC, they just made it look way too easy, man.
Well, I mean, so here's the reason why I think the possibility of a hat-trick coming right now is like very small, because High Voltage's worst map is Miramar. Like, this is where they underperform every single time. This is the map that they struggle on every single time. But Necro, that doesn't mean that you and I don't have to make predictions. We still have to move ahead and try and see which team do we think is going to win. So who do you think is going to walk away with the win on Miramar?
I am really confused because a part of me wants to go with DRS, but I feel like DRS in the grand finals really haven't been playing the way they have been playing in the league stages. But the previous game was pretty good, so I don't know how the momentum's going to be looking like in the upcoming games, because again, if you talk about the inconsistency, that's what DRS is on right now. They are quite inconsistent. Just having one good game, it should be okay, but I don't know how the momentum's going to be looking like. I really want to go with DRS, but I'm also having a lot of doubts, but flip it. I'm going to go with DRS. What about you?
If you're going to go with DRS, I think, all right, so here's the thing. I think, again, the Mongolian teams have been the most consistent teams on this particular map every single day of this tournament. So I think it is going to be between IHC, DE Warriors, and Godlike Stalwart. But Godlike Stalwart, since they have been underperforming in the previous few matches, I think they're going to be out of contention. I'm just trying to decide who should I go for, IHC or DE Warriors. All right, I'll go with DE Warriors. They have been performing really well today, and the first Miramar also, they looked very strong, very aggressive, very comfortable with how they want to play this game. So my prediction, again, is just going to be DE Warriors.
Okay, DEW.
Yeah, I'm just going try hard on the predictions now.
Yeah, they're just doing way too good. But again, Johnny, it doesn't mean just because you pick the top teams like they're going to win all the time. Like, come on, man.
I mean, the
It's not
top teams are
necessary.
top teams for a reason. So this was a calculated move. I literally just like went through the match records of the league stages and
Okay.
saw what all Miramars there were and how the teams did in every single game. So yeah,
I mean, teams to watch. In teams to watch, this team has to be there.
yeah,
So
for sure. Yeah.
it is, yeah, for sure. They have to be there because they have been doing really good. Even Godlike Stalwart can be a decent pick,
Yeah.
considering the previous game should have given them a big morale boost and a nice momentum as well to play with. The only reason I went with DRS is because now the only 3 more games are left, and we still are waiting for teams like Skylightz Gaming to show themselves up in a better fashion. DRS as well, as I said, the performance hasn't been as good as we saw inside the league stage. There is a lot of inconsistency, but I'm hoping in the final 3 games we'll see that consistency coming in.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to be hopeful for that, but let's see how this game is going to go. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to be hoping for the hat-trick from High Voltage. And don't get me wrong, just because I picked the Warriors that I don't want to see the hat-trick. I want to see High Voltage go for their 3rd win in the row. I want to see them finish the day on the 1st position with a good safety cushion so that they don't have to worry about their matches tomorrow. But the possibility also is highly unlikely. And as I said yesterday, facts don't care about your feelings. It wasn't
Okay.
me who said it, by the way. It was I saw it on YouTube, a clip from Ben Shapiro.
Damn, dude. These days you're really looking at a lot of clips, huh?
Yeah, clip that.
Facts don't
Care about your
what?
feelings.
I forgot. Care about feelings, right?
Your feelings.
Care about my feelings?
Yeah.
What sort of facts do you have against me, Johnny? What are you talking about?
That I am ahead of you in terms of predictions.
I am better in terms of everything else. What about it?
What are you better at?
Everything.
What? Name one.
Everything.
Name one. Everything is not something.
Lifting.
Lifting what exactly?
Everything.
That can change. So, and it is gonna change in a few months. But all right.
Same. I'm gonna same over here too.
Alrighty. So
Yeah,
let's
man.
see which changes first. Are you gonna win this prediction game, or am I gonna start lifting more than you should?
We'll see that, man. I don't.
Yeah, this is the worst challenge to have because the tournament is ending tomorrow, and
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna be able to lift more than you in 2 days.
There's no way.
Yeah,
There's no way though.
you're
But
literally
yeah,
thrice my size.
one thing we can say for sure, who really is good at lifting here is
Wayne the Rock Johnson.
all right. Just keep going, man.
I mean, it is Miramar, buddy, so it is going to be podcast hour because what do you think? We do have an Eastern zone. I mean, 40% of it is inside water. Yes, it is going to be something to be excited about, but still, we know these teams, we know these players, we know where we are at in terms of the tournament. There is not going to be an early fight.
I want to see the circle on the right side, man. I want to see the circle on those 2 islands on the right side. What is this? 1952? Oh no!
Oh,
No.
Oh, style
Oh,
points.
damn.
Oh, he got it. Wow.
Oh my God! That
Round
is
of applause. Round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen.
honestly,
Yeah.
honestly, that is one of the best things 1952 has done inside the grand finals.
Why did he say it like that? Why did you have to say it like that, man? Necro, you're being extra savage today. What happened? Who hurt you? broke your heart?
No, it's nothing like that, man. I mean, come on. It was. I'm just giving them a compliment.
Yeah, that was no compliment, by the way.
It was. I literally
Really?
gave them a compliment.
All right, swear on your PC, man. I know you don't love anything more than your PC. Swear on your PC. That was a compliment.
Yes, that was a compliment. Anyone can agree with me on this. It was a really good compliment.
You just said that's the best thing they've done in the entire grand finals. But all said and done, that was pretty cool. That was pretty awesome. So we give them. Necro, you and I are judging this, all right? So For me, that's a 10. What about you? Oh! That's a
Okay.
9 right there. That was
No, I would
5
give
flips.
I would give it a 7.5.
You could
Honestly.
give that a 7.5.
Yeah, 7.5 from my
Alright.
side. But do let us know how many style points you guys give this as well, you know? Let us know, guys.
You
in the
guys as
chat.
well. Yeah, you are
Yeah, you
also
guys as well.
judging.
You guys can chime in the mini game that we're having right now. Style points.
What's the theme song for the show?
Style points. Dude, okay, let's not go there. Let's not go there. We're just being weird at this point, Johnny.
Yeah, because it's been 5 minutes, not a single bullet has been fired, and the players are just like,
Yeah, entertainers.
Weird
We're
shit with the
entertained.
vehicles, yeah. Weird things.
Yeah.
My apologies, but moving forward, what's happening here now? Did he just ram his own? What is going on in this game?
Well, let me tell you what's going on in this game. But what I'm really seeing over here, Johnny, this is quite interesting. Elementrix, they're already in the center of the circle. So quick on their feet. Impala definitely has to be the hot zone, but as I said, this sort of a circle really does remind me that one circle that happened in the PMGC West. And, yeah, it kind of shifted right on top of those two islands that are separated away from the main one. Those two little islands. And if it does happen, Johnny, trust me, have you ever seen that circle?
No. I haven't had
never,
the
right?
pleasure of casting a zone like that.
Okay. I've casted that, and trust me, you will fall in love with it. You will never forget every single moment that happened over there, because it's just chaos. It's literal chaos.
Right, so since you have seen this before, I think we don't really need to do podcast hour just about talking about random stuff. I think we can talk about the zone itself. What do you think was the strategy that worked out for the team that won that particular zone? Like, what
Okay,
can
so-
be done by these players and these squads now?
Okay, so the way this game was won,
Yeah.
I think so if I'm not wrong, and if my memory serves me right, A7 won this game. A7.
All right.
And Alpha 7 won.
Yeah.
In which Alpha 7 were holding the high grounds on where those hilly areas are there on those islands, and it did so perfectly too. I don't exactly remember step on step how they played it, but they really did try to play it. They really did try to play it safe and sound. Knights was the biggest threat for Alpha 7 at that time, and even inside the game, Knights was also holding a hill right on the opposite side. But Knights, they had way too many teams approaching them. That's why Knights sort of started crumbling down. And then in the end, A7, all they needed to do was just mop up the lobby, and that's what they did.
Well, I think, that actually sounds like a fun win, though. Alright, so I'm just like literally right now imagining what all you just said, and I'm trying to think of if anyone else is gonna replicate a similar performance.
Yeah, if it does come through, though,
Oh, it's
trust
gonna be
me,
fun.
it's going to be so fun. But yeah, one thing that really does stand out to me about A7 too is that their playstyle, man. And they always have this sort of a stance when they're challenging a fight. I mean, I know we're talking about a complete different team over here, but they always have this sort of a stance where Carrillo is always in the front all by himself, and he's not even taking a head-on collision. He's just peeking out. He's just sort of being annoying in the front. He's really close to the enemies, but he will never just run out in the open and challenge a fight. He will make sure he has a ridge in front of him, and he will always just do a peekaboo fight. And then his cover fire does a lot of things too. And while Carrillo is just going for those peekaboo, he's making sure that he's at least softening the enemies up. He's firing a shot. He's firing some shots, chipping away damage, while the cover fire is doing the majority of the work itself. But Carrillo plays that frontliner role so well.
Well, this time around as well. Let's see though how this one is going to go. The zone, just a little bit of a northern shift. Still Junkyard, Minas General is smack in the center of things. The reason we saw T2K a few moments ago is because they were the ones holding the center, and Elementrix and MABETEX are right next to them. But we do have the first airdrop on our screens with the AUG, the 8x scope, the level 3 kit is going to be there as well. And Gremlin Storm in the middle of their rotation have kind of, I have to say, they have abandoned Impala a little too early. They could have held on to the city for a little bit longer. That could have made their mid-game, well, the mid-game would not have been too difficult for them, to be very honest, because the areas west of Impala are not filled with that much high ground for at least like 100, 150 meters. So would have been able to move in towards the zone if it doesn't hard shift towards Junkyard or hard shift towards Graveyard. It would have been too difficult for them. Plus, the majority of the teams would have been ahead for them. So Gremlin Storm could have backstabbed them quite easily.
Johnny, if you were to compete,
yeah,
what would your professional name would be? Like the in-game name?
I mean, it's
The
Super
username.
Johnny. Or Johnny.
Really?
Yeah.
If I ever see you in my lobbies, man, I would just hunt for you. I'm not even caring about the win.
Yeah, you're never going to see me in your lobbies.
I understand. I'm
Yeah,
too
'cause
good. It's
I'm
okay,
just
it's
too
okay.
good.
Nah.
I
miles ahead.
outrank you.
Little bro. Nah.
Yep.
Nah.
Yep.
What are you talking about?
I do outrank you. You just said the other day you were diamond. That's nothing.
It's funny how
But
It's
I'll give
funny.
you that, on the PC you are better than me, so.
yeah. I'm a beast incarnate.
Yeah. On the PC. But we aren't on the PC, Necro. This
Dude,
is PUBG
I'm even
Mobile.
good on mobile. What are you talking about?
No, you're not.
Yeah.
No.
You're just jealous.
You've been bodied by basically everyone.
What are you talking about, man?
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah. Anyways, let's focus on the game. I don't want to talk about this one too much because I'm just too good. Anyways, as we do move on over towards the game, and right now, Elementrix developed themselves a really good compound of play, and there is one team in the back lines that is sort of just looking out for them, just looking over them. So Elementrix's position's compromised. Their position's known. So for Elementrix to leave the spot they have currently found themselves in, of course, it is going to be a bit of a tough situation, but not impossible. Still waiting for the next circle to pop up, and the circle, yeah, it's not going to be anywhere near close to those two islands, Johnny. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to see that.
Well, there's the second airdrop with the MG3, the extended quick draw mag, the military vest, and the helmet and the backpack. So the level 3 kit is going to be there. Oh, look at this. Gremlin Storm against the players of DRS. Rules is going to run towards the ridge. He's going to be able to see Dictator out in the open. Shots exchange, but Dictator taking a massive hit. The first fight of the game since the early stages, and well, it's going to be Memo who's going to be dropped by Killer YT from the flank. DRS setting up an amazing fight for themselves. An advantage gained and 2 points secured.
And DRS, now they're just firing a lot of shots against the players of GSM. As Rowdy's on a run on the right side. GSM, oh, they really did find themselves on the right track this time. The entire team of DRS is just able to dismantle them and keep on moving forward. All the 4 players are up in a line for DRS, and they're looking pretty strong so far. One thing we just need to take a look at is how the future lines of this game is going to be looking like. Because right now, teams are just stacking up all the way in the center, and there's way too many teams up in Alive, Johnny. Not every single team can have their fair share inside the circle, so some teams will need to be knocked off here.
Well, let's see. WIZZES Club, MABETEX, wide of the, well, the middle pack right here. Quaid, he's gotten himself in kind of a tricky position. The aggressor should be extremely careful because of that, because Octopus now, look at this, has been taken care of, but the trade comes in from Quaid. The nade is just perfect. Apex on the other side is going to try and go for a revive on his teammate Quaid with another nade. If it's lined up perfectly, he's going to be able to find an opening, but no, it blows up a little too soon. And now Quaid running forward with nothing but a Thompson has to be very precise. Leo and Apex both waiting for him, and Leo is going to peek the ridge, but Domain with a nade from the rear is just going to make sure that there is no coming back into the action for Bad, and he's going to be finished off.
Nice nade.
Oh, so close. Getting knocked out.
Really close. If that nade would have been even an inch closer, that could have been a knockout right there. So yeah, the nade was definitely on the mark, but unfortunately, just missing out a little bit. But the nades from both the sides are really good, though. Even WIZZES Club, they were able to find the opening with the nade, and now MABETEX are there, just dwindled down to a 3-man squad. As WIZZES Club, they have all the 4 players up and alive. Slayer's position, if it's uncompromised, then he can definitely play the X factor inside this entire fight and might just manage to find the opening. But as soon as I say that, his position was already known. So Leo, instead, he finds the opening onto Slayer. Now this is going to neutralize things, as it's a 3-on-3 situation, but instantly WIZZES, they capitalize and they take down another man of MABETEX. Now it's a 2-on-3 situation. The man advantage again favoring the players of WIZZES Club, and MABETEX in a man deficit.
Well, it's a massive deficit for them, and MABETEX now, the options are limited. The split not really working out. Wally just burning alive as well as he runs back to the other side. Sliver of HP on him. One shot connecting, and he goes down. That's the last player remaining for MABETEX, as Leo is just going to be hiding behind the broken wall. He has reduced the numbers of WIZZES Club down to 1v2 we go. But as soon as he comes down the ridge, Domain is going to spot him out in the open. He goes for the spray, misses up the aim, and now the ball's in the court for WIZZES Club. Leo is going to be dropped, and there's the exit being handed to MABETEX from this matchup on Miramar.
But again, that was quite a costly fight too. So, yeah, the fight, I'm not sure if that was worth it or not, but they at least have the southern side for themselves. Now they can try to make it in, but even the southern side's quite exposed. There's not a lot of cover to play around with. The only cover you can try and utilize is maybe your potential vehicles that we'll try to rotate with. T2K, as Rigas went down, Rig was all the way on top of the high hill. For him to come down the hill will definitely be a little tougher task. Hopefully he doesn't take a lot of fall damage from that one. But Johnny, you know, I just remembered a little post that the Godlike Stalwart social page had. And yesterday's fights, if you remember, IHC and Godlike fight, in which it didn't really go that well for them. And the post said, I mean, of course there was the video clip of that, and then later on the post said, "Finally a worthy opponent." And I was like, wow.
Yeah. So here's what I'm going to say, right? Whoever's managing Godlike Stalwart social media is an absolute genius and a meme lord.
Dude, he is. Honestly, he is, man. I want to meet him. Please hit me up. Hit me up on Insta. DM me. I would love to talk with you, man. You look like a good troll.
I mean, send memes. That's it.
Send memes.
Send
yes.
memes.
Send memes, please. But yeah. I'm pretty sure that Pika 1v4, there should be some memes made about that as well. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. See, your meme game is weak, my meme game is weak. We're just going to leave it to the social media managers for their teams.
Yeah, it's a little suggestion you can make if you want. But again, that's something we can talk later on, because right now there's two Goliaths definitely fighting against each other, T2K and Skylightz Gaming. But But unfortunately, T2K really were getting engulfed by the zone, so they decided to move inside. But Skylightz Gaming are really taking the fight against the players of T2K, in which Skylightz Gaming, Nemo was the casualty and AJ was the casualty as well, but it's not going to be that big of a deal, so the rest should be secured. Jane can definitely play a big spoiler inside this one, because the position Jane has can be played pretty interestingly. But Jane instead decides to reposition himself and maybe tries to play with a different style and a different place. So this is going to be an interesting one. Just because the circle shifted up north, now the majority of the teams that were on the northern side, they are going to find themselves in a big advantage.
Well, let's see. The advantage is going to be pretty massive, and Gunner and his teammate Wadu have been spotted out by DRS Delta. The tap shots almost working out in his favor, but no knock secured. DRS, they will have to be extremely careful about this. They're playing from the edge, not even of the zone. It's the blue zone that they're playing from. Let's see how far they're willing to go. High voltage, though, getting eliminated from this match. There goes the hat trick right there.
Circle 2, I mean, it has definitely formed in quite an interesting way. It is catching a lot of teams off guard, that's for sure. Even DRS need to move in from the right side, so now the problems aren't just going to be neutralized yet. Skylightz Gaming 2 will start to close on up slowly and steadily. Godlike Stalwart as well. All the 4 players are up and alive this late inside the game, so that means they are probably going to be the biggest threat. A lot of shots are being fired, but its majority of the fights are just being in the long range, so that means they're just tapping away, they're just dealing some damage, chipping away to some players. Finding a critical type of knockout is definitely going to be quite rare. But we finally do see a knockout happen in the elimination feed. It's the players of DEADEYES guys against VENOM Legends. And VENOM Legends, it seems like they're getting dismantled. JyanMaara too, they have their own troubles to deal with. It's going to be in the name of T2K. But now as the players of DRS start to wrap up from the back line, JyanMaara, the troubles increase even more.
Well, let's see. The trouble is going to increase more, as you said, trouble in paradise. Because a few moments ago, JyanMaara, they were having the game of their lives on Miramar. No one to bother them. And now No Fear's knocked out. Snipe YT running for his life. Oh, Killer too aggressive is going to get punished, and Snipe using the opportunity to go against Gyanthe, but Gyanthe is not a man you can take on. He will just shut down the entirety of JyanMaara. Look at Alex, you can see him under pressure. Look at his face. The expressions tell the story of how brutal this fight has been onto the players of... Well, let's see. I think, Necro, this is going to be the game where Godlike Stalwart just hit it out of the park. They have the zone. There's no one there to bother them. This is going to be their game to win.
Indeed will be. IT once again, able to survive till pretty late inside the game, but of course on a man deficit. Demo will be on a move too, but his vehicle's now starting to, yeah, it could have caught on fire soon enough, but IT unfortunately they have a lot of trouble to deal with because they are currently in the limelight as well. DEADEYES guys against Yuta. I heard a DBS in the clotheslines, and of course that is not a weapon you want to push up against. And Yuta, oh, these two players, they just have the UMPs in the hand. It's so tough to take them down in the close contentions. Yuta has a UMP and a DBS in Miramar. Johnny, any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, depends on where you're fighting. If it's Los Leones, then yes, please. If it's a position like this, out in the open, then yeah, I'm just going to stick to my good old ARs.
But I mean, that man just successfully wiped him with those 2 guns.
I mean, it is an exceptional moment. That's why those are special. That's why
it depends,
it was a special
I would say.
moment.
It depends. It depends.
Yeah.
Really depends. Because the UMP is really good close range and a mid-range weapon too. So
Yeah.
that is definitely quite reliable. But as we do divert our attention inside the game, DRS with 3-man squad, they need a breach inside the circle. T2K can definitely deal a lot of harm to them. And DRS, are they ready to face that harm? That's my question, because Godlike Stalwart inside the circle, they're definitely creating a lot of trouble they're kind of like a roadblock for all the teams that are trying to make it inside, and now T2K themselves will need it to try and make it in. They do not want to waste a lot of time right here and right now, so that's why they're going to let the players of DRS take a forward position. They're going to let them have the proactiveness approach, but Rig, the main intentions of this man is to backstab, and that's what he will probably go for. But DRS are well aware of that, but no! As soon as he takes his eyes away, the backstab comes through. Riggs plays this perfectly, but now he has two players to deal against. He's all by himself against the two players of DRS. Delta Prawn's back inside the smoke. He's shrouded as well, so the position's gonna be anonymous. Gante from the far fray should be able to find some shots, and yeah, Delta in the close should be able to mop him up.
Well, top two teams remaining now. DRS versus Godlike Stalwart. DRS left with just two players left standing. Godlike Stalwart in complete control of this game now. Quite an easy finish for them to secure. Quite an easy victory for them. And with that being said, just two players from the side of DRS hiding behind that ridge. Oh boy, I mean, what a game. What an amazing win.
Yeah, I think so. It's done.
Yeah,
Again,
it
though,
is done. It is done.
Again, though, my prediction is top two. Johnny, I'm always helping these teams get to top two. Like, where are my prediction points? Like, come on, man.
What?
Oh, he's getting pushed on.
top two?
Action way too close. Way too close to danger. Gante not able to find, not able to strike at the right time. And Gante might just be done here. Yes, he is. Oh boy, Action had no clue that there was a man so close to him, but unfortunately Gante screwed up. He wasn't able to find the knock on the Action, but if he did, then things could have definitely been a little different.
Well. I mean, Godlike Stalwart finally the victory that they have been waiting for, and I think this can be the momentum builder for the team as well. This can be the thing that starts it all, gets the party started for the lads of Godlike Stalwart. See, there it is, the breach inside the top three. And from here on out, I think it's just the matter of it's just going to be a matter of fact as to how consistent they can be till the end of the day. If they finish off with a hat-trick today, I think tomorrow it might just be winning it all, and expectations are just going to turn to reality. But we're going to have to wait and watch and see exactly what Godlike Stalwart are going to be able to pull out of the back. Are you sure? I mean, because I am not so sure about a comeback.
I think so, comeback, yes. I
a
think
little
so,
too
a
high.
comeback
I'm still
is
skeptical.
awaiting, Johnny. This is what Godlike Stalwart did even inside the league days, if you remember, in the final week. They clutched up on the last day.
Yeah, true.
So this is just them trying to play with the fans. This is just them trying to play with our emotions and
Who
stuff.
does
It's
this
nothing else, guys.
That's just evil, man.
The best in the game does this.
The best in the game is evil. They like to mess with us. They're like, all right, they are not, Godlike Stalwart is not performing. It is the downfall, and then all of a sudden, oh, all right, they win the game.
Right, yeah, I mean, they're on the third spot already in the overall rankings, so we were worried about them being pushed down to fourth. Well, there you go. The gods are back in the action. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to push to a short break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022. This is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. Wow, that was such a long break. I even forgot where we were. But this is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing win for the lads of Godlike Stalwart. Finally, the win, the chicken dinner that they were waiting for. But moving forward, can they keep this going? Can they keep the ball rolling, if you will? Because that is what is going to be important.
I mean, they're Godlike Stalwart. They should be able to keep the ball rolling. Come on. That's not even a question. Is that really a valid question? No. They're Godlike Stalwarts, okay? They should be able to keep the ball rolling. But let me tell you what, who really does lift a lot and who really does keeps the ball rolling consistently is Top with 7 elimination points and 2 knockouts and 2408 survival time and 1038 damage dealt by just this solo man. Top went ham in that previous game. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, I mean, it took him a while though. I was just wondering, like, so to be very honest, I expected Top to play like this from game number 1 in the grand finals, but finally the man shows up, 1000 damage, 7 eliminations secured as well, and let's just see the 40 healing done right there. So, only 40. That's all he needed.
It's crazy, man. As you do have the player focus in front of us, and Gante is on the second spot with 5 elimination points. Not a bad game overall from the side of DRS2. You are now finally seeing that torch of consistency being lit up even in the hearts of DRS. I mean, as long as we know if they're going to be inside the top 10 at the end of the grand finals, 100%. We'll see them in the top 10 at the end of the day. But what I'm really worried about is Skylightz Gaming. Once again, I will bring this conversation up to Skylightz Gaming because they are really on the edge and we haven't seen them perform up to the mark yet.
Yeah, we really haven't. So, well, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how far are they going to go with this. So, I'm going to be quite hopeful with... Well, I'm going to be quite skeptical with my hope. That's what I want to say. With my expectations for the future matches. But looking at the match summary now, high ceiling down, we do have Liquid from the side of Raw, Nima as well from the side of DRS, and no wonder. I mean, DRS, they played this match very, very well, considering they did not have really a great position for the endgame situation, and it is going to be, well, not a great result that they were expecting, but still managing to make it to the top 2. That was what was impressive about DRS. They know how to capitalize or how to bring themselves out even in the worst possible scenario. They know how to get the best result in the worst possible scenario. So kudos to DRS, kudos to Godlike Stalwart. The prediction game in this game was perfect. Their read of the zone, their read of how the other teams would play, in fact, was even better, because they knew everyone would just move towards the eastern side a little bit too early, leaving the western part completely empty for them, and that just changed the entire thing. But looking at the match rankings, 27 points to the players from Godlike Stalwart, DRS with 23 points, and the rest of the competition for Godlike Stalwart, well, they weren't really able to finish higher than the 10th position. That is why High Voltage are finishing with 3 points.
Yeah, so, I mean, this game was definitely quite interesting, though, Johnny. Look, even Skylightz Gaming, an okay finish, I would say. 8 points wrapped up. This can definitely be a start for their comeback, maybe in the overall rankings, because Skylightz Gaming is a solid team, man. You would never doubt their skills no matter what. You can never try to point any sort of fingers. I just don't exactly know what's going on. And even Unch has no clue what's going on with the team himself, because I asked him, and he himself is...
We just put the blame on Unch, right?
Yeah, we just put everything on Unch. It's okay. He's kind of like our sacrificial lamb.
Yeah.
But
pretty sure the next time he comes here, he's just gonna beat us.
Yeah, probably, man. And then we'll make a vlog out of it. Content.
Wow. I mean, you get beaten up, I'll make the vlog.
Nah, man. I'm too quick with my feet.
Could you repeat that?
What?
Did you say it again?
I was saying these highlights are so incredible, man. As you do have, I mean, T2K, like, look at them. The way they were playing. I mean, Rig, he tried to backstab, but unfortunately, again, he was able to find one. Didn't really work out that well. DRS Gaming were left with, what, 2 players alive in the end. Godlike Stalwart, easy cleanup. They got the chicken dinner in the hand. As you do take a look at the damage graph, though, both these teams went ham in that previous game. DRS2 almost toe-to-toe with the players of Godlike Stalwart.
Well, I mean, but look at those damage numbers, though. DRS and Godlike Stalwart, just the titans of this particular match, doing an amazing job. 11 eliminations to DRS, 12 to Godlike Stalwart, 2,000 damage for both these teams. Impressive run throughout. And again, just the fact that both of them read the game perfectly. DRS just overextended a little. That's all I have to say. They just overextended a smidge, resulting in the result that we saw in the end. But now, It is a close call between the top three teams. High Voltage 199 points. IHC 13 points shy of the first position with 186, and then we have Godlike Stalwart with 181 points to their name.
So, I mean, yeah, the overall rankings, here we go. We spoke about the points gap now, and look at the points gap, Johnny. It's not a lot anymore. Godlike Stalwart, they have covered it up big time with that one chicken dinner they got, and now they're way too close to the first spot once again.
Well, I mean, they are close to the first position, but will they be able to write their name over there by the end of the day? That is the question, because, I mean, before this match, you and I were discussing, all right, like what is going to happen to High Voltage, what is going to happen to IHC. And as I said, High Voltage, they always underperform on Miramar. But the next map is going to be Sanhok. Sanhok is their best map. Erangel also, they do quite decent on. So I think there is a possibility of High Voltage still maintaining control of the first position. It would be even better if they go ahead and win this game. If they win this game, then I think High Voltage are pretty much going to be the reason why DRS and IHC go into a panic mode tomorrow. But because then the difference on Erangel, then Erangel will decide if actually they go into panic mode or not. If the difference by the end of the day increases more than 30 points between High Voltage and whoever is on the second position, then tomorrow the first game will decide who gets to lift the trophy.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we only got 2 more games to go, from which Sanhok will be played. And as you said, High Voltage, they're really solid at the game of Sanhok. So he definitely has some big expectations from the name of High Voltage. Are they going to be able to get 3 chicken dinners today? Or is that not going to be a possibility? Or are Godlike Stalwart going to get 1 more chicken dinner and claim their throne on the top of the overall rankings? And if they do, that means more memes for their social page.
Yeah. And I mean, we didn't just say, so again, if all the social media managers are listening, send memes, guys. Send memes, please. But, Necro, talking about memes, I think nothing is going to be more meme-worthy than our prediction. So, what is your prediction for this game?
Tough, man. I don't know. Sanhok, dude. It's Sanhok. You know,
I'm gonna go ahead. You are too slow.
You go first. You go first.
Yeah, High Voltage. That's my prediction.
So lame, dude. Come on, man.
Why is that
think
lame?
out the box.
Why is
think
that
outside
lame?
the box.
I mean,
I'm gonna think outside the box. Look,
Alright.
I'm literally gonna predict someone that you never
Pick
thought. Godlike
1952
Stalwart.
Wow, that's outside the box, right? And you were calling me lame.
Yeah. Yes. That's
Yeah,
outside the box,
That's
buddy.
what I said. That's what I said. You need to humble yourself. You should have picked 1952, man.
Well, I mean, look, the only reason why I picked Godlike Stalwart was because now the momentum is looking really fine. As I said, 1 more game to go. That means if they do care about the social page, they would want to give more content. If they do want to
So
give more
you're doing
content,
it for the memes.
yes, I'm doing it for the memes, of course. Who doesn't love memes, right? Let us know in the chat if you guys love memes or not. Everyone does love memes. Come on, it's 100%.
I mean, well, yes. Yeah, and I should have picked some meme team as well. Not meme team, but some team that does give good memes on social media. Is that how we are gonna pick teams now? Whichever team's
Honestly, it's
social
not a
media
bad-
games is strong. That's
yeah,
what
honestly,
let's do that
at the end of the
last.
grand finals, would rate the social media game too.
Yeah, there's gonna be a separate graphic, social
Separate
media
graphic.
prowess, and
Honestly, we should talk to the production about this. What do you say, man? It's honestly not a bad idea.
yeah, I think if you and
It
I
should
go
be
to
like
production,
social media terror.
It's gonna be fun. It is gonna be
It's
fun.
gonna be fun.
Pretty sure it's gonna be rejected, but it is a fun concept to think about.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, what are your predictions for the next match? Do let us know in the chat. Who do you think is gonna win the map of Sanhok's second last game of the day today, at least the penultimate day as well? So it's gonna be quite important for the teams to establish this matchup before they head towards the last game, the final game of the day, and then eventually the last day of the tournament will be happening tomorrow. So right now, the top 3, the competition is extremely close. No one, as we would say, is in the comfort zone. No one is feeling too comfy with where they are. Everyone is just under extreme pressure, just trying to see what is going to happen, and are they going to be able to hold their position? Because if they are not, then we all know one small mistake, you're going to be second from the first, and after that, there won't be a lot of time before you keep on dropping down. the ladder, the leaderboard.
I mean, there are a lot of teams, honestly, who have dropped down today. So we were
Yeah.
speaking about the day of comebacks. We honestly haven't seen a lot of comebacks, though. Don't you think so?
I mean, yeah,
it's
we
pretty much
have.
the teams that we expected on the first half. They are pretty much on the first half.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a lot of comebacks today, and I mean, teams on the first half. So there are, I would say, two competitions. The one is for the top three. The other is for the other is for the teams that are trying to break their way into the top 10. And that is why the competition has gotten a lot more intense. Because I believe the teams that are there on the second half of the leaderboard right now have just given up on the trophy entirely. And they're playing just to qualify for the SA Championship.
I mean, speak of that, and we have the Plan 5 path in front of us too, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the game of Sanhok. That means the aggression and the excitement is going to be amped up even more as we have the Plan 5 path starting all the way from Hothin towards Camp Bravo. And Johnny, what are your expectations from the Plan 5 path like this?
Well, all right. So I do expect a little bit of a collision happening towards between the teams that do like to drop towards the southern part of the map. And one of those is going to be between Elementrix and the players of Raw. Elementrix always going for a split drop towards the Ruins position. Raw always heading towards Painan. On the other side, the IHC and 1952, another potential fight that can happen. But let's see how comfortable the players are going to be in doing so. Although we do have a central zone inside of this match, ladies and gentlemen, right off the bat, it is going to be quite interesting to see how teams react to this, because now they do realize there's no incentive to go for the early action. They can just try and find a little bit of cover, a little bit of safe haven for themselves, and then just try and play for survival till the mid-game stages, until they are forced to fight. And talking about being forced to fight right now, no one's gonna go for the early engagement. As I said a little bit earlier, the split drop from Gremlin Storm, this time working out quite perfectly. In fact, as Memo, I don't think there's going to be any trouble for him. The team in Paradise Resort, JyanMaara, never really exiting that position this early, so no anticipated aggression from that position. And Godlike Stalwart also won't be risking stepping out into the open this early. Even if they do step out in the open, they do like to head towards Painan rather than heading up north. So quite an interesting start, but high voltage, quite close to Deadeye Skies. I mean, even though they have a good control of the hill area, they have finally started to just drop towards the eastern side of the map, just move towards the eastern side of the map.
I mean, again, the circle is definitely quite interesting. And considering you were having a conversation about the players of Deadeye Skies and High Voltage, they're definitely way too close for each other. Right now, High Voltage is on a tear. IT as well, they're really good. One thing, or the reason why I feel like IT, there's been a little bit of downfall in the performance compared to day one. The only reason for that is complacency. Once a team starts getting too complacent, they usually start taking fights that they normally wouldn't. And this is what's happening with the players of IT. They're getting way too complacent inside the lobby, and this should not be the case. But what we see here is Godlike Stalwart getting really close to one team. That is going to be the players of Gremlin Storm, and they want to be really proactive and get that hill control as quick as possible. Gremlin Storm on top of that hill, looking pretty okay. They have set themselves up in a pretty good spot. Scry's sort of just pinned behind that rock, cannot even move out. And if he does, if his position's given away, there's a big chance his lifeline might as well be cut off. So Scry, he has the information. And I want to see how Godlike Stalwart will play around this information that's being delivered to them. And look at Fear. He doesn't even have a helmet available. His gear as well is quite weak. So Gremlin Storm, they really wanted to be as quick as possible. They wanted to be really proactive inside the scenario and get a little bit of control early on ahead, in which they are definitely lacking on some loot, but they're not lacking on the meds though. They have a decent amount of utilities wrapped up. Everything's looking pretty good. Something they can definitely rely on and work around with. On the other hand, if you do take a look at the other side off the map, where you do hear a little bit of gunshots fired, it's the players of Raw moving in from the back. an interesting approach to the game, of course. As the players of Godlike Stalwart now, they're going to try to push on over towards Cry, maybe try and save the man up. Because Cry is just pinned, and he cannot even move out. But Cry is doing a great job of keeping himself unknown to the enemy lines, and making sure he's just overall being quiet and delivering all the information, but not a lot to report from the player. MABETEX Esports as well, now they've started to wrap up from the back lines, trying to get to the center. IT, as always, they're going to make a late rotation inside the circle, inside Sanhok. It's not that it's going to really matter inside these type of circles. Even a late rotation can be pretty good. I mean, it can be pretty okay in the game of Sanhok, unless if it's a top left island circle, then you got to be quick on your feet. And this is why the players of IT sort of struggled in the previous Sanhok. DRS as well in the bottom left. These teams are really taking their sweet little time to go ahead and loot on up first. I mean, IT, they were able to squeeze into the second spot with just Medstrat, but they didn't really have a lot of elimination points. On the other hand, as you do see the battle breaking down between the players of High Voltage and DEADEYES guys, and DEADEYES guys are instantly able to find themselves in the advantageous position. Unfortunately, though, that advantage might just be neutralized once again, because even DEADEYES guys, they found themselves a man deficit. One player's knocked out. 3 players are still up and alive, but the player who's knocked out is really far away. Chari sort of in the mid-ranges. But there is one more guy in the clotheslines of True Love who is really close. And yeah, he should be able to seal the deal. And he exactly does. Praveen will get the confirmation flowing. Mullik's position still unknown. And Mullik wants to keep it that way. He wants to keep his differences, but Mullik has a DBS in the hand. SNS True Love steps inside the house. He's so unknown of the fact that there might be someone inside the house. Mullik pops out, instantly get the elimination point, and now DEADEYES guys, out of nowhere, is on a big man deficit. Down to a 2-man squad. They lost out 2 players, and the only reason they did, because did not decide to check the house properly. In 1952, again, a bad starting for them. As Raw, they're going to shut down 2 players from their side. A lot of teams now are taking some early hits and some big punches in the gut. To try and recover from those will definitely be a tough task. But 1952, their run inside this entire grand finals was looking quite shaky. And now after that sort of outcome, I'm not sure what to expect, because Devil Boy is the only man left alive next to entry. Interesting.
What's interesting?
This thing right there.
I don't even know what that was.
Me too. I just...
Yesterday, I mean, I can make out a music box, but yeah, that I hope that was a music box as well.
Where's the music, though?
I have no idea. Inside our heart, Necro. The music's inside our heart.
My heart's empty.
Why?
I don't want to go into that conversation, man. It makes me sad. Anyways, as we have Raw officials with a really big split. And with this sort of a split, definitely, I don't know if things are going to be working out for them or not, because Liquid was knocked out a while ago, but he's back up on his feet. So Raw, it doesn't look like they're close to any other threat anymore. Things are looking pretty okay.
Well, things are looking pretty okay for now, but Scry needs to be extremely careful. Otherwise, the players from the side of Gremlin Storm are going to have easy pickings over here, and they are eyeing that boot camp area as well, with how they've positioned themselves on the high ground on the slope. So, Gremlin Storm, I mean, this is going to be a very interesting play if they actually go for a fight, because I think, including the league stages, we have never seen them force a fight on bootcamp. This is going to be the first time they make an attempt of trying to challenge Godlike Stalwart in their own home ground. So a little bit of an, I guess, high risk, high reward situation for them. The Warriors with the high ground, I believe, can keep vision of the players of High Voltage, but still no aggression in this game. Just a few early pickings, all 16 teams remaining. I believe with the zone just sticking to the central area, this is how the game is going to be for, well, I guess 5 more minutes at least.
A lot of teams now have started to stack up right in the smack center. Even Godlike Stalwart, and the funny part is, Cry is still just trapped in that exact same spot. He hasn't moved an inch. He's just trapped over there. And honestly, he's feeling pretty comfy too at this point in time if he hasn't moved. He's just having a great time. Everyone's just waiting for the next circle to pop up and get the vision a little bit more clearer. And it should be popping up soon enough. Godlike Stalwart inside boot camp, they realize they don't really need to move a lot as the circle has just centered on up. So things are looking pretty good for them. You said trouble in paradise. And yeah, I think so right now. The paradise definitely has to be the middle section of the map. And there is about to be a lot of trouble soon.
Well, let's see. Would love to say trouble in paradise, but there is literally no one in paradise, so kind of a fail right there. But let's see, Gremlin Storm, they are right here though, and Scry still waiting for them to push towards him, but Gremlin Storm holding their position, not really moving around too much, just being extremely cautious of how they want to approach the rest of this game. They made a lot of mistakes up until now, but not anymore. From the rear, though, Raw officials trying to close in, and action has been spotted out on the window. Incas was trying to line up his crosshair with that corner, the bottom right corner, but no action. He is being extremely careful.
Even DW, they're going against the players of High Voltage. I mean, High Voltage already lost out on Jiggle right off the bat because there was a fight between the players of DEADEYES guys and High Voltage, but DEADEYES guys, with only 2 players, they've managed to somehow find an exit from that situation. So right now they're playing inside Hot 10, far away from every single team in the lobby. But High Voltage, now they've found themselves in a big trouble against the players of DW, and DW is not the team you want to go against. If they do start feeling a lot much more comfortable, if they do start feeling complacent inside the fight, then they can just straight up pounce on top of you and try to eat you alive. But again, Johnny, speaking of complacent, I was having this conversation, and I said this again, where if a team really does start feeling way too complacent inside the lobby, they might just start taking fights they usually wouldn't. And I think so that's been sort of the case with the players of IC too.
Well, let's see. I mean, I want to see what Assassin is going to be up to now. Last player surviving for his team. Not a lot he can do, just trying to run away from the players of DE Warriors. And, well, alright. I mean, still, he does have a decent position inside of the zone, so not a lot to worry about. He can still try to play for those survival points, collect a lot of first aids, as many as he can, and
definitely they can't do that, but we're not seeing a lot of action happening right now. Just teams really spotting each other out, taking some shots, some suppressive fire. Really just trying to put them in their places. WIZZES club as well, all the 4 players up, having a decent control over this compound, but they're currently down south. Every single team, as I said, is just waiting for the next circle to pop up, and it actually pops right on top of Paradise Resort. It is going to be, of course, the hotspot now, considering the circle has moved up pretty close to the northern side. And now even the players of Godlike Stalwart would decide to move in. As soon as WIZZES club, as soon as Gremlin Storm, my bad, will take an exit from the hilltop, Godlike Stalwart should be on a move too. And that's what we're seeing.
Well, let's see. DRS now on our screens. Quite a decent position for them, and moving forward, I mean, they are going to be focusing on all those placement points that they can get. Moving up north from down south, Gremlin Storm finding an opening against the players of JyanMaara. Gunner has already been knocked out. Should be an easy finish for Rowdy and Dictator, both moving in tandem. Massive blunder on the side of JyanMaara. The split not really working out for them. And Raw on the other side against MABETEX. Now, we all know MABETEX's tendency to just hold extremely well their compounds and deny any sort of push, any sort of advantage to the opposition. So this is going to be quite difficult for Raw to actually finish off the entirety of the MABETEX, which is just the last 3 remaining players.
Speak of that and Raw. Yeah, as you said, they would definitely want to finish the entirety of MABETEX, but those 3 players are quite grouped up as well. If the Nade does find one, then maybe the pounce will be seen, but challenging a team that is currently grouped up, I wouldn't say that's or charging onto a team that's currently grouped up without even finding any sort of advantage in first place would definitely be quite tough. So an opening needs to be found here. Apex is there on the edge of the door, but not really peeking out right now. It's just sort of a stalemate situation inside this compound. Even the players of Godlike Stalwart now have taken control, or taken proactive control on top of the hill. This sort of high ground will definitely help them out quite a lot. Even airdrops available for the players of Godlike Stalwart in the clotheslines. As MABETEX is in the back with the Raw. Even WIZZES Club is moving in from down south. Skylightz Gaming, Stu on the right side. They have some nice compounds that these teams are holding.
Well, let's see. I mean, they are holding the compounds quite effectively, but they have to be extremely careful now because they do realize the fact that the threat is quite close to them, and there is one more team lurking in the distance who are going to be coming down that mountain. MABETEX, I mean, if anyone can pull themselves out of a dire situation, it is these lads. See how this is going to go. Apex, the door's wide open. Has to be extremely careful and wary of any of the nades headed in his direction, any utility being lobbed towards him. Slayer steps out in the open, spots out the players of Elementrix, but no shots connecting. And look at that, as I said, the utility lobbed through the open doors is going to make sure that MABETEX are going to be another player down. Elementrix lose out on one of their own as 1952 find the opening, and Yeta is going to be shut down. 1952, the gatekeepers of the zone apparently. And Raw, what a wonderful display of utility, just handing out destruction to MABETEX.
As you said, handing out destruction to MABETEX with that one pump gun and just pushing him in the dump. But as you do see the circle once again, it takes another shift. Paradise Resort now definitely has to be the hot spot. Every single team will probably just straight up book it inside the Paradise Resort, or at least the compound near to the Paradise Resort. I feel like VENOM Legends should try and get as proactive as possible and just start to book it right close to that. And Raw, look at him! The entire team of WIZZES Club is in the front, and they're just peppering down so many shots, but they're not able to find any connections. They have managed to take down Octopus way too low, though, but that's the only thing they've found. Slayer tried to fight back, but as soon as he peeked out his head, he caught a little bit too much hurt.
Let's see, 6 defeats to the players of Raw. Still a lot more to go. Let's see how far are they going to take this in this particular match. And WIZZES Club Domain, look at him, just out in the open, thrown out. I mean, we have been made aware of all of the snakes that are there in this particular map, but I don't think that's a day for that. Oh, almost connect. Everything secures Sanhok for his team. Wow. And now with the Molotov being lobbed before he goes for the push, I think there's going to be an opportunity for Up to hand out
the
exit to the players of Raw. Raw were looking so good up until they stepped in front of Domain. And once you step in his domain, you are never leaving.
That Molotov as well was just so perfectly placed as well. WIZZES Club played that so nicely. 3 players were in the front. The players of Raw thought that, okay, there's no threat whatsoever in the back lines, but Domain was just hiding in the back. He was just waiting for them to leave that compound. As soon as they did, Domain just striked in, and the spray was way too good. Found all of them easily, not even breaking his sweat. Cool collected. Now Gremlin Storm getting charged down by the players of Godlike Stalwart. 2 players down from them. Gremlin Storm Dictator has managed to at least stop them for a while here, but he instantly has went for the res on the fallen players as well. Gremlin Storm, they're just putting a lot of hurt on the players of Gremlin Storm right now. And look at Godlike Stalwart. They're somehow able to get the grip back inside the game. Memo has just moved out in the open, but unfortunately that last man from the side of Godlike Stalwart didn't really find the moment to strike. He should just go for the res, and that's what he's trying to pull off. Smokes will be tossed in. Top really going for the res on the fallen players. This is probably the best option he can take. And that is what he exactly does. Gremlin Storm, unfortunately, they cannot go for a res for themselves because of the play zone. DBS in the hands of Memo. He's closing up way too close. That DBS strikes in, and he might just shut them both down. The last man is way too low as well, but Memo's not able to find that target. And Memo is definitely whiffing a lot of shots. What is going on? Even the whiff is there from the side of Godlike Stalwart. Both of them whiff. It was a little scrappy fight, but in the end, Gremlin Storm, they come through victorious.
Well, GSM finally showing their true colors, 2 games back-to-back, and they have been doing quite decent for themselves in terms of the elimination numbers, but they have to be extremely careful. WIZZES Club with the high ground are definitely going to be able to destroy them in a matter of seconds, but JyanMaara coming out on top in the fight against High Voltage. 2 knocks have been secured, 1 finished already, but Alex with the snake can definitely dish out an extra bit of damage on the operation of JyanMaara. It is quite close to Paradise Resort. JyanMaara should be feeling a little bit more confident because of that, but the Warriors now 2 players down. East knows exactly where Slayer is. Slayer needs to heal up before he peaks, otherwise it's not going to be an easy exit. Look at this, the shots from the flank. Slayer down to a sliver of HP. The jump shots coming in, and East, oh my goodness, does secure the knock, but goes down instantly in the trade. Quaid is going to get shot in the back as Skylightz Gaming are here to be a part of this party.
They indeed will be given a chance to be a part of this party as well, but they're currently the uninvited guests. As you mentioned, DEW, one last man alive outside the zone 2, is tanking up a lot of damage. Does have a decent amount of meds to go with too, but now JyanMaara against the players of IHC. This fight is definitely going to be quite interesting. The AKM in the close range, of course, can be quite devastating, but the DBS can be even more deadlier. Of course, the shotgun will strike in stronger, but this nade from Snipe, if it does land on that sweet spot, if it does land on the mark, this can change the entire thing. Nades from both the sides, they're chucked in perfectly. They'll be able to sneak in that elimination point. The confirmation is there on the board, but Alex too, he positions himself pretty smartly. Snap YT has no clue where the rest of the players of IT is pushed up now, but Alex has spotted the player way too close, pushes out, instantly finds one. That one pump is going to shut one man down, 1 more to go. JyanMaara, now they're looking quite hurt. Another man's way too low. Alex pushes up, looks for the second one to take down as well. The DBS is definitely going to strike in really strong, and Alex is looking really strong as well, but no! The DBS really does stop that aggression, and JyanMaara, somehow they're able to claw their way back inside this fight. IHC, Alex tried his best to pull something off, but he just couldn't. Way too many players to deal with, and JyanMaara played that perfectly. Now it's Skylightz Gaming against them, and they are the one looking to challenge and fight. Skylightz Gaming, they do realize they clearly have the positional advantage, so there's no way they're going to lose out on that fight, but there's way too many players and teams to deal with. That is currently the hotspot.
I mean, it is quite a hotspot for them. 9. Well, alright, so 3 teams have been eliminated in an instant. IHC is out, Skylightz Gaming is out, and then the next one, we will have them being JyanMaara. 3 teams out. Oh, make that 4. Wow. He just fell down to the ground. Elementrix, what an unfortunate exit right there, but let's see top 5 teams in this lobby. 11 players still surviving. VENOM Legends, this might be their game. In fact, this is going to be their game. DRS are going to face some trouble coming down that slope. In fact, Killer has been already knocked out. The Warriors are out of this match. And even though it looks like a 4v4 right now, unless DRS manage to not lose a single player coming down this slope, they really won't stand a chance in the final fight against VENOM Legends. VENOM Legends have quite a decent cover, and the line of fire that's available to them will just allow them to dish out an extra bit of damage on DRS before the actual final fight begins. Oh, but I was wrong, rules! Woo!
But Domain is still alive from the side of WIZZES Club, and he has been the sneaky assassin inside this game. He's able to find that sweet time to strike in perfectly. He does as well, and he's shut down a team in the past, and he might just do it again. But which team he decides to grief, that's up to him. VENOM Legends, they're somehow able to find those knockouts, but just because the circle was sort of far away from them, they were not able to make it in. And that's why they're getting dismantled even from Domain, from the back, and even from the front by the players of DRS. DRS getting a big help from Domain to wipe out the players of VENOM Legends, and DRS, they come out on top.
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how and where are they going to go. From here, DRS, the win was important. You do see the man, he is extremely happy about his team winning this particular game, and it was important for them as well. DRS, I mean, they do bring themselves back inside the top 5. Quite a wonderful finish, quite a wonderful performance in this particular game, but again, it is all about that last win of the day. Just 3 eliminations secured, 18 points in total, but that's not going to matter. They have the overall ranking going really well for them, and that is where their focus shall remain.
Speak about the focus remaining, I mean, yeah, hashtag 5 in the overall rankings, Johnny. We were speaking about DRS, and here you go. DRS as well, they're back in the competition. Top 5 is there. Are they going to be able to maintain it, though? We'll be able to find out in the future game that we still have one more game to go today, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the game of Erangel, so make sure to stick around.
Well, I mean, just the last game of the day remaining, and again, as you mentioned, the last Erangel, which is, it is going to be quite intense to see how this last matchup is going to go. But ladies and gentlemen, as we did talk about this, we're going to go on a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back in a bit right after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, Super Johnny, Necro right there, and this is the last game of the day about to begin. The map of Erangel, the fight for the top spot is going to be there. So Necro, we did see quite a wonderful performance from DRS. We saw VENOM Legends do really well for themselves in the previous matchup, but apparently the top 3 teams kind of messed up.
Yeah, they definitely did, man. I mean, again, we saw IC2, unfortunately, engaging in a fight inside that Paradise Resort area, and they got completely screwed on over there, too. So we had some expectations from IC to try and claw their way back inside the overall rankings, but that's not the case. Godlike Stalwart, too, were not really able to chime in and perform up to the occasion. But which team really did perform a little decent, I would say, compared to all the other performances that they have had so far, is WIZZES Club. They did quite okay.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. They did quite okay, and I think Domain is the main reason we saw the man single-handedly destroy, and in fact be the reason for destruction of Raw Official. And I think had he not been there, Raw Official would have done really well for themselves. But it is quite a wonderful sight to see WIZZES Club step up and deliver in a situation like this. So Let's see. Now, I want to see how much is this going to improve their ranking, because we were talking about the kind of weird situation that is there with WIZZES Club, Gremlin Storm, basically the latter half of the leaderboard. And all of the teams that did really well in this game belong to the latter half of the leaderboard. So, again, the two fights that are happening simultaneously. The fight for the throne and the fight to qualify for the SA Championship.
And speak about the fight to qualify too. I mean, again, top 10 is the goal over here, right? So, and as I said, a lot of teams will barely try to squeeze their way in, and maybe there can definitely be some surprises who will try to strike in inside the SA Championship and potentially maybe win it too. So there might just be a couple of more mysteries that are being, or that are waiting to be revealed in the SA Championship. We don't exactly know. We don't exactly know how that one's going to be going like, but as we do see the match summary in front of us and the highest eliminations, Precious will be the one to take lead in that one. Liquid with the highest damage from the side of Raw. Then you have Liquid once again with the highest assist and highest healing done. It's going to be Memo from the side of GSM. So at least we didn't see anyone going for that mid strat this time. Last time it was the players of IHC, but this time we didn't see anyone.
Yeah, this time we didn't really see anyone over there. But I mean, it is Sanhok, right? It is Sanhok, so you will always have to expect the unexpected. Although, again, me and my brain are just trying to run the calculations to think how the top 4 is going to look like after this particular match. I mean, things are going to be close as far as the rankings are considered. All right, making my job a little bit easier. Stalwart with, all right, WIZZES Club 20 points. Impressive performance. 8 eliminations working out for them. DRS 18 points from this match. So even though the breach into the top 5 is going to be there, it's not going to be enough to get them close to the top 3. DE Warriors, though, on the other side, I think 11 points should be enough to help them topple over the players from Godlike Stalwart and regain their 3rd position. High voltage, 3-point advantage, just moving a little bit further away from IHC by 1 point, finished on 2 points to their name.
I mean, speak of that, and I mean, as you said, yeah, high voltage. They definitely had a decent game, but just 3 points though. Again, I mean, at least they didn't go with 0 points. At least they had something, because considering the fact that DEADEYES guys decided to challenge a fight against them right off the bat, and DEADEYES guys, they actually ended up losing that duel too, so they had to force back.
Yeah.
And then later on, a fight was instantly taken to high voltage once again by the players of DEW. So in general, the problems were just over and over there for the players of high voltage. They couldn't really escape that. The top left island was just an absolute it was just an absolute unluck moment for the players of high voltage, and they were not able to leave it in time too. But this right here, DEADEYES guys, true love, man. He should have checked that. He should have checked that compound.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, well, I mean, he should have checked that compound, but hey, man, I mean, now they can't really do anything about it. Yeah, it happens. Small little mistakes. It was just unlucky. That's it.
I guess. Why was he there in the first place, though? That's what he was wondering. But yeah, again, as you do see in the highlights too, this is how some of the final moments of the game really did look like, in which DRS, of course, ended up securing that chicken dinner, but DRS didn't really have a lot of points onto themselves. Instead, WIZZES Club, they went sort of ham in that previous game. Even the players of Raw, they were doing quite an incredible job. They were looking pretty aggressive too. And the funny part is, Raw were taken down on 14th spot in that previous game, and they still had so many points, Johnny.
Well, yeah, I mean, they will have quite a lot of points, but I think it's just going to be 6, so...
Yeah, 6 points.
They don't get any placement points for that, but still. So the early aggression that Raw displayed, it would have worked out quite nicely had they been a little bit more aware of their positioning. And kind of been aware that, all right, we are going for a group rotation. We have to be prepped if someone is lying out in the open, because it happens the most on Sanhok that people get caught off guard by just the fact that they are grouped. Someone's going to be waiting patiently in one spot. They see the entire team, line them up and finish them in one go. That is the most common mistakes, one of the most common mistakes teams have made on Sanhok. So in order to avoid that, there's just one way to get things done, and that is to just try and not move from compound to compound without just having one player split out and just be the bait for everyone else. You have that one guy a little bit not too far ahead like you would have in other maps, just scouting out the open area, but you have that lad like in the distance from where you can actually coordinate and just protect him as well, just smoke his location, try and save him. But that's just conversation for another time. It's like literally just talking about strategies and like in depth. But last game, ladies and gentlemen, Erangel is the map. Necro, we do have the team chance percentage on our screens. What is your prediction? Who's going to win?
This one, I really do want to go with Godlike Stalwart though. And if I do go with Godlike Stalwart, you're probably going to go with DW.
Not really.
Not really? Which team are you going to go for then?
If you're going to go with Godlike Stalwart, I'm going to go with High Voltage.
High Voltage. Interesting. Okay. You can definitely go for High Voltage. Today's day has been quite lucky for you. I'm going to accept
it ain't
that.
luck, it's just calculation.
Sure, bro. Does
so
someone have the clip
calculated.
where he said, it's pretty much gambling. You're pretty much just making prediction means pretty much gambling. This is what you said before. And now you're saying it's calculations. All right, buddy. All right, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah, you got me.
Sure, man.
I mean, it is quite interesting. As we talked about it, 1 in 16 odds. Not really something you want to, well, try and predict. That's like really bad odds in there. Unless you Will Smith from the movie Focus, where he is very, very good at just manipulating the numbers and manipulating chances. Not even manipulating, but just reading people. Have you seen that movie?
No. No. I really haven't, but it's okay, you know?
Yeah.
With the way I'm going to manipulate this final prediction,
Are you sure?
everyone will remember it. Yes.
So you're gonna make Godlike Stalwart win this game?
Yes,
Wow.
I will. And again, now all the jokes aside, we've had quite a lot of talks. Let's speak about the facts, okay? Let's speak about the facts. Where is Skylightz Gaming? I mean, we are seeing a little bit of points here and there. Is that really enough, though? This is the second day. So day 2 is coming to an end. And Skylightz Gaming is a team that we expect to see somewhere in the top 5. But right now, they're not even close.
The moment you asked that question, I was just going to say outside the top 10. But yeah, I think there is going to be a possibility that Skylightz Gaming tomorrow, I think, will be able to make their way into the top 10 and qualify for the SA Championship. I think that's going to be the goal for Skylightz Gaming. Intentions are not yet clear. I mean, it's a team that we always expect to contend the trophy. I mean, them being outside the top 5 extremely weird. Them being outside the top 10, it's like this is an absolute nightmare situation for the lineup. On the other side, there are other teams that have stepped up quite nicely. We have talked about DEADEYES guys again and again. DRS have put up amazing performance time and time again. So it is going to be quite important to see where these teams go, because they might as well just be the future of their region. But let's see, ladies and gentlemen, last game of the day. The map of Erangel is all set and ready for action. Let's see where the flight path will be and where the zone will be at the start of this particular game.
I mean, we'll only be able to find out. I really do want to see a southern circle. That'll definitely be quite interesting, but I'm not going to lie, even the previous Erangel game was quite interesting, where the circle was just all over the place. It was so unpredictable, and yeah, it was just not a normal Erangel game that you expect to see. The circle was just playing so many evil games, and the teams as well, they were getting screwed over and over again. With that being said, as we do have this Erangel game starting, and as you do see the plane flat path starting all the way from down south, right next to the military island, and from Fair Pier towards the shooting range, this plane flat path is heavily tilted on the left side, so I'm expecting some early collisions.
Well, let's see. I mean, yeah, the possibility of early collisions is going to be there, especially for all the teams that do go towards the eastern side of the map. I mean, anyone headed towards Yasnaya, anyone headed towards Lipovka. So that is something that we can expect, but not a lot of them. And especially, alright, no collisions now since VENOM Legends have decided to drop all the way towards Primorsk, but It is, yeah. Why are there so many changes in drop location? VENOM Legends will go Primorsk and DRS on the military island. Where are we, Necro? Is this some alternate reality that we are witnessing?
And look at the overall rankings on left too. So DRS, they have done this once in the past, if you remember, right? In which, if you remember the groups, Godlike Stalwart wasn't really playing, and this was almost a similar type of playing flat path where it wasn't really favoring the Milta region. And considering the fact that the players of DRS really do know, on the southern side, it's only the players of DEW and Godlike Stalwart who go towards the military island, so there's not going to be a lot of chaos they'll need to deal with while trying to make a rotation towards Milta, so that is the safest route they can take.
Well, let's see what path the teams are going to take now, and it is a... I want the circle. I desperately want the circle to move towards the Stalwart Hill because there's no one there. And if it does, so if the zone moves up towards the Stalwart Hill now, you know how much chaos there's going to be because the trajectory was towards the west, and the zone is towards the northeastern part of the map. There's only one team that will have a massive advantage in a situation like that, and that is going to be Trained to Kill.
Interesting. I mean, I guess. But look at the amount of teams that are really close to the center of the map. I said center of the map, not the circle. Center of the map. There's definitely a lot of teams near school area, even JyanMaara, just because the playing flat path really did screw them over big time. They decided to drop get their hands on the vehicles, and then maybe start moving in forward. And because of this, a lot of teams will waste a decent amount of time right off the bat in the initial phase of the circle, because they will have nowhere to go. And they have no other chance left anyways, because some of them haven't even found any type of loot in their hands. T2K all the way up north inside Severny. Skylightz Gaming, as always, inside Yasnet Poliana. They've managed to make it in there. DRS, as you said, they were dropping near Military Island, but they just took the safest route because they knew there's not going to be a lot of chaos.
Well, let's see how voltage jiggle on our screens. And high voltage again. I mean, it should be the utmost priority for them to figure out a way to finish in the top 3 minimum in this game. Because if they fail to widen the gap at the end of today, then tomorrow they are going to be under immense pressure. I mean, I can't even begin to fathom or explain how incredible it's going to be for them tomorrow to capitalize and no matter what, win the first game tomorrow. And you know what I like to say, today is tomorrow.
I remember the dialogue from Kung Fu Panda.
What? You can't just say I remember the dialogue and not say the dialogue.
I don't exactly remember.
Why do you have to bring it up, Necro? That's so...
Okay. It was something like yesterday is...
Oh, yeah, I remember. Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, today is a present. Today is a gift. That's why they call it a present.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I remembered. Yeah. But I just forgot the first one. I was like, wait, yesterday is what? Again, that's what I forgot. So I wasn't really able to say it, but that's the line. Some great words.
By Master Uguay.
By Master Uguay, yes. So yeah, guys, follow those words to be happy. But anyways, DEADEYES guys right now is on the way towards Rozhawk, towards their initial drop spot. Gremlin Storm as well. Pretty much trying to be proactive and get a better spot inside the circle. So right now, not a lot of stuff happening. Just because the Plan 5 path, it has definitely screwed over a lot of teams. Deadeye's guys too. They're now inside Rozhawk, just trying to situate themselves up in a better spot. T2K is the only team that has left their initial drop spot and now sort of closed out in the center of the map. But again, just because the way Circle was panning out in the previous Erangel, it's going to be so hard to see, or it's going to be so hard to tell where the next circle is going to be shifting towards.
Ooh, Jane, he's just lining it up. You know, this is what I find hilarious. Just lining up crosshairs, man. And that is the reason why, because no one ever stands still, and instead, Jane is the one getting shot in the face, loses a little bit of his HP. Baron now knows exactly where the opposition is, where the threat is, and where his team needs to focus.
MABETEX, all the 4 players up. Still the early phase of the game, so yep, teams are just getting situated up for a better spot, as always. From the southern side, even the players of DEW and Godlike Stalwart, now they're going to start a move. DEW, of course, they are moving up right now, but Godlike Stalwart, they haven't left No Reply yet. That means they're not done looting just yet. But the right side of the bridge is definitely going to be quite a tough route to take because the players of DRS might just be the one guarding it. Draw officials on a move on the left side, and there's actually a lot of teams stacked up on left side too. You have VENOM Club near the apartments area. Inside Georgia Pool, you have IHC, and then right underneath them you have Elementrix, and Raw is trying to squeeze in a rotation between them, and clinching that one out is going to be so tough.
It is going to be extremely tough. 8 minutes in, no casualty in this game so far. It's been quite peaceful today. In a situation like this, Necro, where for like at least 12 minutes no one has gone down, what do you think the player who dies first thinks?
I mean, that does happen to me.
The first one.
Honestly,
yeah.
The first, like, if you're legit just the first one ever to go down, and this is, I mean, I don't exactly know what the mentality of the players is like, but when I used to play professionally, and if I was the first one to go down, then I would literally just get off my setup, and I would get something to eat, something to munch on.
Oh.
Yeah.
What would be your go-to meal?
Some chips, I guess. Anything that's honestly available in the house.
Nice.
Because that's what I would do. Honestly,
Yeah.
because at that point I would be so, like, mad.
I mean,
over the
makes
fact,
sense.
so,
Makes sense. You have 20
yeah.
minutes to kill. What are you going to do? Might as well just grab a meal. Be ready for the next game.
Yeah.
Oh!
Okay, well, he's not even going to get the time to grab a meal over here, Johnny, as he instantly just gets taken down. MABETEX, nice way to try and just surprise the players of T2K in general, and T2K, they're just so unaware of the fact that there could be MABETEX in the front. And that's what exactly is happening right now. T2K, they're just catching a bit too much hard onto themselves, as Legend is taken down to half HP. But oh boy, speak about a surprise attack, and that's what it was. MABETEX perfectly played that.
Yeah, they have perfectly executed that fight. I mean, I just saw Wally's face and I was like, whoa. I just get scared for a second. So intense. Now T2K sitting at a massive disadvantage. How will they react on the other side? High voltage against Elementrix. have found an opening as Yeta has been taken care of, but now they are pushing the compounds where the players of IHC lie waiting for the next target. And Jiggle, no, what have you gotten yourself into? 3 lads from the side of High Voltage. Jiggle, he's all alone. His teammates are going to show up, but will that be enough to protect them? Look at this demo. He's going to line up the nade. It's going to be lobbed. No one taking damage from the utility, though. I see and demo, they're trying to hold on to their position. Assassin trying to go for a push is going to be taken down. I see finding the opening. Praveen is going to be next indoors. Demo's going to be dropped. 2 players from the side of IHC fall. But now High Voltage are down to 2 as well, as the Molotov from Alex does take Praveen down. And then there it is. Jiggle is going to be dropped by Alex. Nice drop shot as well. Oh, this was an intense fight, but High Voltage completely eliminated now.
You cursed him.
Why did I curse them? They ran in.
You picked him. You picked him.
I didn't tell them to run in like that.
I mean, imagine a team that has been pretty much consistent in every single game. Why did they just get taken down when you picked him?
They also won when I picked him. Aha.
But they ran out of juice.
So that's their fault. Should have gotten something to eat, I guess.
But yeah, Raw in front of us right now has one of the players in the back lines has already been taken down. Unfortunately, it is the player of VENOM Legends. The previous game was looking quite good, the game of Sanhok, but now VENOM Legends, with just that late rotation, things are really not working out. They're so unaware of the fact that what exactly is going on inside the circle. And this is something that late game rotations really does serve you on the dish. Is if you are making a late game rotation, you're pretty much signing that you will not have any information inside the circle what exactly is going on, because you will be pretty much miles away from that. And you're pretty much going to be stepping inside some unknown territory and hoping that you will be coming up with the best rotation plan. But on the other hand, as you do have the next circle popping up on our screens, and it's actually going to shift on the right side, somewhat covering the Stalwart Hill too. So this circle is definitely shaping up quite interesting. Gremlin Storm, they're getting chased on.
Oh, well, Gremlin Storm are being chased on one side and MABETEX on the other side are the ones who are on the hunt for basically anyone and everyone they can get. 1952, their next targets have lost a few of their players, 3 players down the slope. And MABETEX have, well, Baron knocked out, but should be an easy revive. They have created a soft cover with all the smokes being lobbed out in the open. There's a small shack for them to work with, but not enough for the entire team to fit inside. So they are going to try and look to take this compound away from the players of 1952. WIZZES Club on the other side, taking on Elementrix. And Elementrix, I believe, were already down in players. So should be an easy finish for WIZZES Club right there. DE Warriors against VENOM Legends as well happening in the distance.
MABETEX just firing shots in the front. But again, they do not really have a clear line of sight on the players of 1952. 1952 right now, all of them are clearly grouped up. This indicates only one thing, and that is the confidence. 1952 is definitely lacking a lot of confidence, and even after the day 2, they are still on the last position in the overall rankings. At this point in time, 1952, they themselves, I don't know what sort of a mentality they're going to be having, but on day 3, it's going to be next to impossible to make it inside top 10. Because every single team will try their hardest, especially the teams that are right underneath or close to that top 10 spot. MABETEX just waiting for the players of 1952 to step outside the compound, but I don't think so that's going to happen anytime soon, because both these teams are in a pretty solid position. MABETEX, though, they really do need to start taking care of their backlines, because there are a couple of teams who will start to wrap around it. MABETEX, they're quite exposed as well. Not definitely a best position to be in, but something out of nothing. This is what the players of MABETEX have tried to come up with, and right now, DEW and WIZZES Club. This battle breaks down as WIZZES Club, of course. Things are not looking way too good for them. East from the far fray will find Kuwait, and Kuwait might just be eliminated from the fray as well, as Nirzade is now going to push on up and get the elimination point confirmed.
I thought he was going to be extremely lucky and just walk away from that, but no, he does get finished off. And the Warriors, this team is on fire right now. 6 eliminations secured. All 4 players still alive. Nirzade, though, He's going to look to secure a few points for himself. Look at the positioning as well. The northern edge in control for the Warriors. No one there to bother them. 1952. The M249 in the hands of Jax. MABETEX passing them by. And there's nothing that 1952 can do to stop them. It's a little too late. IHC Slipknot. He was trying to cook up a nade, but Godless from the side of IHC does reposition himself around the broken wall quite nicely. Now he knows there are two players. The shots do not connect, and IHC, this might have been a blunder. Raw official. It is going to be a 1v1 between Smokey and Alex does manage to come out on top, but Incas from the rear does have the backlines available. IHC, there's the early exit on the 15th position. What a surprise. And
Second
Raw,
last.
yeah.
Second last team to get eliminated right there. IHC did not see that coming, and yeah, the performance is definitely now starting to dwindle down. Another eyes that my eyes are going to be locked on now. Another team is going to be the players of Godlike Stalwart, and how are they going to try to make the rotation? Currently, they're on top of the Stalwart Hill on that down slope, and they will need to try and traverse all the way around that and try and make it inside the circle. And it does seem like they're taking the northern rotation. That means they might just be meeting the players of DRS soon, and DRS, they're going to be quite a problematic thing for the players of Godlike Stalwart to deal with. But again, JyanMaara too, they've left the compound they had, and they've now started to move inside the circle. Godlike Stalwart, this is some sort of a hope that they have discovered. And DRS too, they're quite spread out. Killer YT's all the way in the back, and Killer YT's getting chased on. Gante's being knocked out over here, so this sort of a time should really buy the time for the players of Godlike Stalwart to try and make it inside. And that's what they're capitalizing on. It actually has as well. They have managed to barely squeeze in on the edge of the circle.
Well, as you said, they barely managed to squeeze their way inside the zone. Even now surviving, it is going to be quite tough, because moving in late to a northern zone, it does become a little bit of a challenge to contest these positions now. Godlike Stalwart, as you said, they are going to be out in the open, but so is Incas from the side of Raw. He has his teammate Smokey in the distance. Chari, right, did go for a nade lob, but it just fell right in front of him. The Warriors on the other side have done, again, a beautiful job controlling the northern edge, but now they are trying their level best to protect it from DRS. Nerzadi is going to try and run up the slope. Rolls in the distance. Has been, well, not exactly spotted out, but the smoke has given away his position, or the general direction in which he's in.
As you mentioned, it indeed has given it away, but T2K so far it's just tapping away in the front. Not sure if they are really in that good of a position, but at least they have some cover to play around with. A little warehouse they can try and rely on, and they're playing around it pretty well too. Definitely not lacking with the confidence. They are looking pretty solid. Unfortunately, they lost out on a player early off in the game, which is something they can definitely afford and play around with. But Godlike Stalwart, with all the 4 players, again, the circle is just panning against them all the time. The circle hasn't been their friend. And the circle forms right on top of the players of T2K that find themselves in lucky shoes once again. Now Godlike Stalwart, their eyes are locked on the players of Skylightz Gaming. They do see the smoke on the left. They try to get some blind shots in, but didn't find any hit marks.
Well, let's see. Said no hit markers means no information as to exactly where the opposition is going to be. So you're going to have to keep on shooting blind in a situation like that, but trained to kill now. One of the few teams with any cover available for themselves in these final few situations. Let's see how long they're going to be comfortable in the zone. Godlike Stalwart finally part of the action. They have begun the party against the players of Skylightz Gaming, securing 2 finishes, but no, the third party is going to be there from the players of JyanMaara MABETEX as well, having a line of fire available on the opposition. Raw official getting eliminated from this game, and I believe Gremlin Storm are going to be next, as they have been caught off guard by the players of WIZZES Club.
It's an absolute hell breaking loose. As DEADEYES guys too, they found a fair share of land for themselves, but in the back is going to be the players of Elementrix, who will look to try and flank on over. But it's only 2 players, so if DEADEYES guys do turn their backs against the players of Elementrix, it shouldn't be that tough of a task to try and eliminate them from the game. High Voltage, of course, took an early exit, so the first spot is definitely up for grab if anyone from the top 3 goes for a chicken dinner. IC's out as well. That means Godlike Stalwart, they still have a chance to win this game and maybe potentially take on over the first spot. But DEADEYES guys now, they're getting dismantled themselves. They have their own problems to deal with as they get shot at in the back. Even Elementrix, they're in a big world of trouble. Oh, this is just a complete pandemonium.
Well, let's see, as you said, it is a pandemonium. It is quite chaotic what is happening on this battlefield right now. Look at that, Skylightz Gaming. Mafia Ninja, I don't think he expected MABETEX to be the team eliminating him. Wally taking a massive nade is going to run behind the shack to try and avoid it, but that does put the team in the line of fire of the players from Skylightz Gaming who have finally arrived, and the 1-3 split is going to work out for them quite nicely. DRS getting eliminated from this matchup. Look at action running out in the open towards the opposition. A massive blunder from Godlike Stalwart, and it is even trades between the 2 teams, but now Pika is the last player surviving for his team in a 1v1 situation again, just like the previous Erangel, but this time it is going to be Leo that he's going to have to face, and again Pika clutching it out, making sure Godlike Stalwart, they survive.
But at the cost of what? They've lost the majority of their teammates. Pika is the only one last glimmer of hope alive inside the game for the players. Godlike Stalwart, the circle hasn't been too friendly with them inside the final game. So once again, the odds were stacked against them, but somehow they came out on top in the fight against the players of MABETEX. The fights keep on happening. The shots are being peppered down all across the board. You do hear a lot of gunshots happening right now, but as JyanMaara, they do realize it's their wake-up call. Time to send it. Time to gun it down against the players of T2K, and that's what they're exactly doing. Rig is outside the warehouse, but they have no clue that Rig is somewhere in the outskirts. No Fear thinks that both of them are in the warehouse, which is definitely not a bad idea, but Waddle G, he finds the position, and a perfect nade will shut him down. 1 more to go. Legends, the last man alive, to try and clutch it out and to save the players of T2K, but that's not going to be the case. An easy cleanup, and JyanMaara, they get control of the prime spot inside the circle.
Let's see, top 6 teams remaining in this game. WIZZES Club do it. Oh, he had opposition right behind him. So lucky. Oh, man. I thought he was gone, but no, the man is alive. Unkillable. Right there, Godlike Stalwart taking an exit on the 6th position. 1 more team eliminated right after WIZZES Club as Domain was finally shut down with the Molotov that burned him alive. Top 4 teams. JyanMaara, this is going to be their game. What an incredible win as well, Necro. Look at that, 14 eliminations already secured by this team.
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, I told you, man. JyanMaara at the start of the day, too, in the pre-match segment, we had to talk about this team. And literally, JyanMaara, they deliver on a fashion, too. Just dominating the entire last game and winning that game so calmly. So collectively, not even breaking a sweat.
But
it's crazy.
The question is this enough? Where does this put them in the overall leaderboard?
Top 10 is all that's needed, man. You still have 6 games to go tomorrow, Johnny. And I think so. Okay, there we go. Already in the top 10. They have managed to propel themselves in the 10th spot in the overall rankings with just that one single game. 16 eliminations. Oh, they went crazy. They went sicko mode in that game.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did indeed. And, I mean, you said it, right? Top 10 is all that matters. They are right on the 10th position. They have opportunity tomorrow to try and improve their rankings, try and push themselves further. But let's see how much they're going to go. Now, you know what I'm thinking about? Like, IHC got eliminated early. High Voltage took an early exit. Godlike Stalwart was there till the top 6. So, are they going to be second or are they going to be first?
I mean,
my mind is like hurting just numbers crunching
Yeah,
everywhere.
we'll be able to figure that out once we do see the overall rankings in front of us, though. You know, so
That's
that's
gonna
definitely
happen.
not going to be a mystery. That's going to happen. That's going to happen. So that means
After this break.
there's still quite a lot of things that will be happening. But as Johnny said, after this break.
All right, so apparently we are not going on a break now.
Oh wow, production, damn. No break, I guess, guys. We don't need any breaks because this. I mean, it was
Rankings
the last
straight
game
away,
anyways.
yes.
Yes, straight away, man. We don't want you guys to wait at all. We're just gonna straight up spill all the tea. Maybe is the production even gonna show us the overall rankings to keep
Yes,
the
they
suspense
are.
going? They probably
they
will,
are,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, they should. They
Yeah.
should. They should. Maybe on the last day though, they will not. I think so.
Why?
That-
On the
that's what
last
they've
day
done
after
all
the
the
last
time.
game, you are supposed to see the rankings, Necro.
After the last game, of course. But dude, come on, man. Really, Johnny? Really? Like,
this is the last game of the day. I mean, if now you don't see the rankings, I mean, this is gonna be weird. Oh, that's gonna be next level suspense, though. Imagine
It
we
will
don't
be.
show the rankings now.
everyone's
gonna be so mad.
Yeah. But yeah, again, as we do have this MVP of the previous game, it's going to be JyanMaara Waruji with 4 elimination points and 3 knockouts in the survival time of 22-14. I mean, it's crazy how we literally had to talk about JyanMaara in the pre-show segment, and at the end they just make a big comeback. Day 2, the day of comebacks, I guess. Yeah, we did see the comeback from the side of JyanMaara, and that's a big comeback too. They literally took a big leap in the overall rankings, and I think so there were some known names in the top 10 too who are barely hanging on the edge. I want to see who they've kicked out from that top 10.
Well. I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see who is going to be kicked out. Yeah, I agree. Now I want to watch that as well. I was just hoping. I was like, I'm going to be honest. My entire sort of focus has been on the top 3 this entire time, that I've completely ignored the teams on the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th position, the teams that are just fighting to qualify. But since JyanMaara and JyanMaara started the day on the 15th position, now since they have made the climb all the way from the 15th to the 10th position, who is out and where are the teams that were there before? Like, what are the rankings? What are the change in rankings? That's now what I'm looking forward to. Because the top 4 has gotten boring. It's just the 4 teams switching amongst themselves.
Yeah, honestly, the top 4 is like nothing really that special at this point, and all the 4 teams are some of the best and expected to be there as well. But yeah, the storyline is really cooking up pretty nicely on the latter half of the board though, and that is something which will be pretty interesting. At the end of these graphics, we'll be able to see the overall rankings too. But as you do see the match summary of the previous game, which of course in the first spot will be Gunner, and then you have JyanMaara Waru with the highest damage dealt, and then you have highest assist from the side of Nerzed, and then you have Gangsta with 523 healing done.
Well. I mean, it is 523 healing done, 380 on Pika, Laser with 270. So, I mean, Erangel, it's quite weird seeing these high numbers on Erangel. I mean, VENOM Legends, we know they were part of a lot of the action. Highest assist, although going towards Nerzed, we usually see him in the highest elimination leaderboard, but this time around, things looking a little bit different. On the other side, ladies and gentlemen, again, we know, me and Necro both realize there's just one thing everyone is waiting for right now, the overall rankings. But before that, we have to go through the stats. After the match summary, we will have the game standings. And you know, your boy is pretty decent at maths, so I'm going to try and figure out how the teams are going to be. All right, Godlike Stalwart is sitting in the first position, Necro. Yeah.
Godlike Stalwart is sitting in the first position? Do you think so?
Yes, they are. Because High
No.
Voltage got 2 points, IHC got 3
No, I think
points.
so they're in the second position.
I think they're going to be sitting on the first position.
No, I think so they're in the second. Bet?
No,
Prediction?
no,
Why not?
I don't gamble.
Wow. Okay. So from next time, Johnny's just never gonna predict. This
mean,
gives me an edge
I
over
don't
him.
predict, I just read the future.
Okay, look at this man's confidence.
Ego.
As he
We were
just,
talking about egos today, right now. I've got
yeah,
a little
like
bit of
look at his ego, man. Just because he's one prediction ahead of me.
that.
look at this
See
man's
now,
ego.
this is what
It's
it
going to
feels
cloud
like when
9.
you used to do it. Are you
It's going to
feeling
cloud.
bad
But I
on the
made
other
the comeback,
side?
Johnny. You remember I had 0 and 4. Okay,
Yeah,
I had
so
0 predictions.
Now I made a comeback. I was stuck on 8 for so long.
Yeah, but I was only 1 point ahead, so technically that's not a comeback.
That is a comeback.
But anyways, man, the match rankings as we do have it. And again, JyanMaara with, of course, the dominating affair. Even DEADEYES guys having a really good game for themselves. But I just love the push that the players of JyanMaara really did make against the players of T2K, because T2K were in the prime spot, but JyanMaara were able to find that opening. That one single opening helped them so much. That also bought them time to close the distance on, then find the second one, which was Rig. That nade was placed perfectly, and then the last man is inside the warehouse. Just push on up together and shut him down. So it was pretty much well-executed plan.
I mean, it was a well-executed, a well-thought-out plan from the lads, but let's see how things are going to go for them. I mean, it is... so, again, the goal is to stay in the top 10, but it wouldn't harm to just go into the SA Championship with a well-established momentum. So that is, I think, something that I think JyanMaara can look forward to. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, what we are looking forward to, in fact, what we are looking at next is the Oppo F19 Pro moment. So IHC, they had an incredible moment right here. You know what the best part about this fight is? It's a fight they won against the team that they're trying to beat in the overall ranking. So this fight would have decided who would have stayed on top. Had High Voltage won this, had they realized how important this 1-4v4 fight was to them winning the trophy tomorrow, I think they wouldn't have pushed like that. And I think after the first two players went down, they would have just backed off.
I mean, speak of that, and yeah, look at this. I mean, pretty much the domination as soon as the players of JyanMaara got their hands on the best piece of land inside the map, or inside the map at that moment. And yeah, just pretty much just started mopping up the field. And with that being said, the damage graph is in front of us too. And look at MABETEX and DEW. Even though they got eliminated early off, still some high damage numbers being put up.
Well, I mean, yeah. The extended fights, these are the extended fights, right? The Warriors were out in the open for so long. MABETEX was out in the open for so long. JyanMaara, they played the entire game from the northern side of the map. So it was those extended fights that allowed these teams to just rack up the damage numbers, but also because of how exposed everyone was, the eliminations have been quite nicely spread out.
Yeah, they indeed were. But yeah, I mean, look at High Voltage, VENOM Legends, 0 eliminations. Skylightz Gaming, 0 eliminations. No points, nada, being taken from the side of Skylightz Gaming. So, yeah, the woes continue for Skylightz Gaming, man. This is interesting. We need to ask Unch once again.
What are we going to ask him, though?
We're going to ask him... Okay, I don't want to say it. But, yeah, as we do have the overall rankings of the post-match 12 in front of us. And, oh, here we go. Yeah, Godlike Stalwart in the second spot. Told you, man. This time I was just better with the mats, okay?
Yeah. This time you were better. Better than me. You were right.
Honestly, I just guessed it. I just made a confident guess. But, yeah, too good with calculations. On the second spot. Tomorrow they should be on the first.
Oh, well, let's see. I mean, let's see how things are going to go for them tomorrow. I mean, I'm more worried about the Warriors catching up to the rest of the Packers. Now, 185, 191, 192, 204. That's the scenario between the teams. So, the Warriors, if they win the first game tomorrow, then we're going to have 4 teams competing for the trophy. And... I mean, why am I worried about that? I want that to happen. The Warriors, let's go. Tomorrow's first game, I'm going to predict the Warriors. No, I'm going to predict one of the top 3 teams then. But this is just the top 8. We will have to look at the top 10 as well. And you know what the question right now is, ladies and gentlemen, as we have been saying, if JyanMaara in, who is out? Well, apparently MABETEX are out. Even though they had a pretty decent game, they are going to be sitting on the 11th position.
Exactly. And they've been kicked out. Yeah, as you said. But look at the leap that the players that JyanMaara have taken, that JyanMaara in general have taken. 5-position leap. That's a big jump. Right on the 10th spot. VENOM Legends, they dropped down 2 spots because, of course, the consistency is not there. And VENOM Legends usually is only able to perform when the circle is sort of around them. So, yeah, inside the Sanhok game, the circle was really favoring them. They had a strong compound, but as soon as the circle shifted away from that compound, they needed to move out, and that's when the VENOM Legends started collapsing down because they really were not able to just micro-adjust to the circle. And now the latter half of the board. Look at Skylightz Gaming on the 15th spot. Are they even going to make it a SA Championship?
I mean, they can. It's just 5-point difference, right? JyanMaara are 115 and Skylightz Gaming are at 100, so it shouldn't
Yeah.
be too difficult for them to cover up the difference. So I think they can probably make it through, but it shall all be revealed tomorrow. Because if you say Skylightz Gaming can make it through, then Gremlin Storm's there, Raw is there, WIZZES Club there, and MABETEX
Yeah.
Esports are there, right above them in the line. So
Yeah, I mean,
ooh.
yeah, considering that Gremlin Storm and VENOM Club, they've been looking really good inside the league stages, or they were looking really good inside the league stages. Yeah, even though we haven't seen any sort of replication of that type in the grand finals, but I would say 104 points is definitely not bad. But now then you take a look at 1952, who's all the way in the bottom on 16th spot. It's like they were just not present inside the game.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, they weren't present inside the game, and it just felt like, I mean, early exits every single time being handed out to them. Positioning errors, a lot of mid-game scenarios, forced fights as well, not really working out for them. They were being hunted down for no reason. So a lot for 1952 to work upon after they are done with this tournament. But let's see what the future holds. We should not be able to well, we can't really say much, but look at this high voltage, and I am quite surprised, Necro. Look at the stats, look at the average survival times for the day today, right? You do see those sub 17 16 minute survival time. Assassin has to be the MVP for the team, even after having the back-to-back win. High voltage, they struggled in the rest of the game. I would say they should consider themselves quite lucky that they are still on the first position, considering how early they took an exit in this Erangel and the Miramar before. Match number 4, I'm talking about.
I mean, high voltage, as you said, today's game was phenomenal. They got 2 back-to-back chicken dinners as well, so in which high voltage were definitely able to dominate today's day. But I really do want to see what sort of a day tomorrow is going to be. Imagine the amount of mysteries that is building up, Johnny, because we're seeing a complete downfall compared to day 1. Inside day 2, they were not able to perform at all. I mean, yeah, they were able to perform a bit here and there, but that's not enough to maintain the spot that you found yourself in the top 3. Then day 3 is, of course, going to be quite interesting. Is Skylightz Gaming going to make it inside the top 10? That's going to be another mystery, because day 3 will be, of course, more intense compared to all the other days inside the entire grand finals.
Well, I mean, it is. I would love to see how that is going to go for them, but let's see. MVP ranking on our screens right now, and top again. I mean, you see 4,100 right here in terms of the overall PMPL South Asia this time around. I think he has done already over 30k damage so far, so the man is an absolute monster as far as his performance is considered, and the only man who is actually threatening his spot right now is his own teammate Pika, and we were talking about him quite a lot today, in fact, as I mean, he is always considered a support player, never really the man who likes to live in the limelight, but this time around things are a bit different, aren't they?
Indeed they are. Things are really different. Godless on the 5th in the MVP rankings. We have Rig from the side of T2K on the 8th. So, yeah, I do love to see this. DEW2 is in the contentions, and being in the top 4, especially knowing what DEW is capable of. Tomorrow holds a lot of mysteries, man, and I just can't wait for tomorrow's day to come through, man.
Well, yeah, tomorrow. I mean, we said it, right? Yesterday is a history, tomorrow is a mystery. So tomorrow is definitely going to be quite a big mystery. But one thing's for sure, ladies and gentlemen, everything is going to be revealed in a matter of time. And time is a thing that we cannot really control. Yeah. I do have the professor standing right in front of him. Might as well suggest a few good lines. But we do have the daily winners on our screens now. A great day for the lads of High Voltage. Back-to-back win. We expected a hat-trick, but unlucky for them that the map was Miramar, which, as I have mentioned, never really works out for them. The best performance in the day being delivered by the lads from the Warriors in the very first game, securing 6 eliminations, 16 knockouts, and 16 eliminations. My apologies. 3,200 damage is out, the highest in the day, and also highest ceiling done in that particular game as well, which is quite interesting considering it was the map of Miramar that they played.
Yeah. And DRS2 inside Sanhok, only 3 elimination points. So Sanhok, I would say, both the Sanhoks, honestly, they were not that elimination-heavy games, right? Both the teams that won the Sanhok game, they were not able to come out and top a lot of elimination. I think High Voltage won the first Sanhok and with only 5 elimination points. Then DRS won the second Sanhok with only, what, like 3 elimination points? And yeah, so it was not really that heavy elimination-heavy game, but the first and the last game was really heavy elimination game, which was, of course, the first Miramar, which was dominated by the players of DEW, and then the last game, which was dominated by the players of JyanMaara, which were 16 points in both of them.
I mean, but still, I mean, is this enough to keep the teams in a fighting position? I mean, that is the biggest question that I think they should be asking for them. The performances that every single one of these lads have delivered today, what is this going to set up for tomorrow, especially for the top 3? We know they are fighting for the trophy. We know they are fighting to call themselves the champions of South Asia. And also, Necro, as you mentioned, I mean, the teams that are in the qualification position right now, what I feel, there's literally just one slot available. The team on the 10th position is the team that has to worry the most, because the team that, as we did see, JyanMaara is there with 115 points. The team above them is 13 points ahead. So that 13-point advantage, even though it doesn't look like much, it can be the game changer in terms of the mental state of the teams and the morale and the sort of the mindset they step into the matches tomorrow. So the teams below are just going to be eyeing that 10th position, because the top 10 make it through, the bottom 6, they get eliminated. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have for you today. We're going to be back tomorrow again. Make sure you guys tune in. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.